Order. Welcome to everyone, and as we begin our meeting today, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including some of you in the audience, can be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and your computers. Members, as you know, Governor Perry recently appointed two new board members, Jacob Monty and Sada Coomber. Jacob Monty from Houston was appointed in January but was unable to attend the January board meeting, so I wanted to formally introduce him today. Jacob is the managing partner of Monty and Ramirez, the largest Hispanic-owned employment and immigration law firm in the Southwest. He specializes in employment, labor, and immigration issues and represents employers in investigations and audits conducted by the National Labor Relations Board, Department of Labor, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Jacob represented two companies in two of the three largest ICE raids in U.S. history. In 2005, President George Bush appointed Jacob to the board of directors of the Border Environment Cooperation Commission and the North American Development Bank. In 2008, he was appointed by Governor Rick Perry to the University of Houston Systems Board of Regents. Please join me in welcoming Jacob to the board. Jacob, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say that education changed my life. Higher ed in Texas changed my life. I'm originally from El Paso, and thanks to the University of Texas at Arlington and the University of Houston Law Center, my life changed drastically. So I'm a big believer in Texas higher ed, and I look forward to serving the state of Texas. Thank you.
We're certainly glad to have you on our board, Jacob. Oh, where were you born and raised?
Almost in New Mexico, Chairman. You might have heard of it, El Paso, Texas.
All right.
Somewhat familiar, huh? You guys stick together, don't you?
That's right. I just couldn't help myself.
Glad you did it.
Wow. Power corner.
Let's see, Commissioner, where were you born and raised?
El Paso, Texas.
Okay, next is Sada Coomber. He has been delayed, but I'm going to go ahead and go through his bio, and if Sada would like to say a few words when he gets here, we'll jump back to that. Sada is from Sugar Land. He possesses a wealth of experience as an entrepreneur, executive, fiduciary, diplomat, and civic leader. Over the past 30 years, he has founded a dozen enterprises and successfully negotiated several exit transactions. In addition to his business and entrepreneurial accomplishments, Sada has served on numerous community boards, civic organizations, advisory councils, and foundations, including the Texas Governor's Business Council, the Texas Economic Development Board, and the Governor's Task Force on Higher Education. In international public service, Sada was appointed as an ambassador by President George W. Bush, serving as the first U.S. Special Envoy to the Organization of Islamic Conference. He also currently serves as a senior advisor to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Although he's not here, please help me in welcoming Sada to our board. Okay, we'll bounce back to that. Alice has also been delayed by some traffic, so we'll go back to that when she arrives. We'll go on to the Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship Award. The Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship Award was established in 1997 by members of the Coordinating Board to honor Dr. Ashworth for his service as the Commissioner of Higher Education in Texas from 1976 to 1997. The purpose of the program is to provide financial assistance to students pursuing master's and doctoral programs leading to careers in public service. Recipients are selected based on their academic ability and promise, career plans, and individual qualifications with an emphasis on leadership and communications. I'm pleased to announce that the Fellowship Selection Committee has selected Sierra Pettis as the recipient for the 2014-15 academic year. Ms. Pettis is pursuing a master's degree in social work at the University of Texas at Austin. In addition to this award, the selection committee is giving Ms. Pettis a copy of Dr. Ashworth's book, Caught Between the Dog and the Fire Plug, or How to Survive Public Service. We're going to have to get a copy of that one. This book provides practical advice to anyone considering a career in federal, state, or local government. At this time, a representative of the selection committee would like to present the book to Ms. Pettis. Ms. Pettis. Ms. Pettis, if you'd like to say a few words, we would love to hear from you. You have to come up here and get in the limelight.
Turn the mic on.
Push the little red button there at the table.
Have a seat right there.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
I just want to say thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I feel very honored, and just like you had said, Mr. Monty, I'm very appreciative of Texas higher education, and I really credit that for helping me get through what I've been through. And this fellowship is really going to help me pursue my final field internship in my program, because I was a little worried about being able to pursue those opportunities that may be unpaid. And so I just want to really thank you all, and I really appreciate I really appreciate it.
Congratulations. Okay, next item on the agenda is recognition of new presidents or chancellors. Do we have any in the audience today? I know Junius, the provost of UTEP, is sitting back there quietly. All right. Sada, you missed all of the accolades that we gave you, but we do want to welcome you to our board and just express to you how pleased we are to have you. And if you'd like to say a few words, we would love to hear them.
Well, it has been a sincere joy, and I'm sorry I'm a little late.
It's understandable.
But it has been a very good learning experience for me. During the orientation and now and yesterday's meeting, I am literally blown away for the quality of work and the kind of leadership that we have here. And it's going to be a joy for me not just to participate, learn, and somehow be able to apply in the future. But I do appreciate, and I thank Governor for appointing me.
We thank him too. We're glad to have you aboard. All right. Next is the Commissioner's remarks. Members, this is a new item on the agenda that we will continue to have at every board meeting. I want to invite the Commissioner to provide his thoughts on some of the most important agenda items that we will be discussing today. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to initiate this quarterly series of remarks because we have a particularly interesting board agenda today. As I was thinking about my remarks, I was thinking about a former member of this board, Durga Agrawal, who would have been immensely pleased to hear about our major policy discussion. Particularly for new members, I'd like to note that at every board meeting we have a major policy discussion. The idea is to inform the board about some of the most significant issues that are occurring in higher education, not only in Texas, but around the country. And it's a way of introducing you to a topic that you will hear an awful lot more about during your tenure as members of this board. The major policy discussion today is about innovation in higher education, which, of course, and this was one of Durga's primary interests and concerns, online education, blended education, and where we are going, what our institutions in Texas are doing along these lines, and what the challenges are that lie ahead, and what this board has to be concerned about as we monitor the status of higher education in Texas. I think you'll find when you hear the major policy discussion is that Texas is very much at the cutting edge of innovation in higher education. All the various different educational approaches we've heard about, for example, competency-based education and instruction, the availability of online courses and blended courses, looking at ways to offer courses through mechanisms such as MOOCs, massive open online courses, that we're working on in all of these areas with the single purpose of making sure that every student or every potential student in Texas who's interested in some sort of post-secondary credential will have a pathway to get there. You can, in terms of affordability, in terms of access, online courses, of course, are available to anybody at any time in any situation, so that, for example, a single parent who is homebound can nevertheless take courses for college credit. I don't want to say too much more because I'll essentially usurp the role of the people on the major policy discussion. The second issue that I wanted to mention very briefly is the RAND report, which you will hear about today, on the feasibility of community colleges offering baccalaureate degrees. As most of you know, we already have 3 community colleges in Texas that offer baccalaureate degrees. That process has seemed to have worked quite well, and now we're taking a look at whether we should do this on a much broader scale, particularly in fields like nursing and other applied areas as well. Obviously, this is a very sensitive issue. We've been concerned at the coordinating board about creating unnecessary and unwanted competition between 2-year and 4-year institutions. We want to we want to engender more cooperation, not competition. We want to make sure that community colleges, if they are given broader authority to offer baccalaureate degrees, can do so in a cost-efficient way and also in a high-quality way. We want to make sure that we look at other alternatives to this before the board ultimately decides how it would like to move forward. In terms of the report itself, I read the report from front to end, and thought it's one of the best reports we've ever commissioned. The RAND Corporation, I'm sure some of you are familiar with. It's based in Santa Monica, California, has offices in Washington and other places around the country and around the world, and does really first-rate work. The RAND Corporation understood from the very beginning that this was a very sensitive issue. They understood that this issue was not only very significant in Texas, but was being followed very closely by other states that were considering also giving community colleges greater authority to offer baccalaureate degrees. So they knew that this would have ramifications not only in Texas, but around the country. They interviewed over 300 people, and they've come up with a series of alternatives that the board should consider as an ultimate policy position. We're going to talk about formula funding. We are going to talk about the recommendations that the formula funding advisory committees have made to staff regarding appropriate levels of funding. You'll note that we have a statutory responsibility to recommend appropriate levels of funding to the legislature for all areas of higher education with the idea that our goal in making recommended levels of funding is to make certain that we can provide every student who seeks some sort of post-secondary educational credential has access to high-quality programs in every part of the state. You will hear that the University Formula Funding Advisory Committee has made a recommendation to us regarding outcomes-based funding. You'll recall that we now have outcomes-based funding in place for two-year institutions, technical colleges as well as community colleges. And now we would like to implement outcomes-based funding for universities as well. The Formula Funding Advisory Committee for Universities focused on the issue that was there was a bugaboo last session that we shouldn't develop a recommendation that seems to suggest that one size will fit all institutions. This recommendation has more flexibility in it, particularly in terms of allowing institutions to assign different weights to some of the metrics that the Formula Funding Advisory Committee has recommended to us, and you're going to hear about a recommendation that the universities have about developing a process so that in an evaluation system so that universities can compete against their own previous records rather than competing against other universities which have very different characteristics in terms of admission standards and in terms of the number of at-risk students they have and so forth. Finally, you'll hear about the Texas Success Initiative operational plan, particularly for new board members. We were charged 2 sessions ago with the responsibility of developing a new instrument for assessing college readiness in Texas. We developed or we commissioned the College Board to help us develop an instrument which we think is among the best in the country. It has a diagnostic component so that for the first time in Texas, we not only can determine that students are underprepared to go to college, but we can exactly identify their weaknesses and where they need help in order to be college ready. It will enable us to greatly improve developmental education and adult-based education for that matter, and will enable us also to speed up the process of remediation because we will be working precisely on those areas of deficiency rather than taking a very broad approach which might cover materials that students have already mastered. So you'll be hearing about this instrument today and how we intend to move forward, and this will have a huge impact on how institutions of higher education do their work. Because if we can help them determine much more exactly what students need in order to be college ready, it will accelerate the progress towards degrees. It will increase graduation and completion rates, and will help institutions do their work much more efficiently. So we're looking forward to presenting these different issues to you and look forward to a robust discussion of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, John.
May I say a few words?
Please.
I'm pleased that we're having the presentation from you, and one of the points I want to make is that we as board members, we get lots of detailed information, which is great, but the downside of that is sometimes we risk getting sort of drowned in details. So I like that you're talking to us today and helping us focus on the big picture. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. What are 2 or 3 good things that have happened here at the coordinating board since our last meeting in January?
Well, we've had several of the things that we've done, I think, well and in an interesting way are on the agenda. For example, we've talked a lot about the RAND report, and we talked about the different ways that it might be implemented. We've had a lot of discussion about the Texas Success Initiative, particularly around the issue of how we can separate students who need basic academic skills. We've historically called it adult basic education, and those that properly are within a couple of years of college readiness, how we separate those two populations, how we what sort of rhetoric we need to employ in order to make certain that the legislature understands in a positive way how significant this issue is. We've talked about the fact that we have something like 4 million adults in Texas who require basic educational training in reading and writing and in basic computation. Right now, we're only able to provide services for about 4% of that population, among the lowest in the country, and how we can make a compelling argument that we need to invest more money in that population. You'll hear when we discuss the strategic planning process for the post-closing the gaps higher education plan that the evidence is we are not going to be able to reach our goals unless we reach out to adult students or potential adult students who are interested in getting some form of post-secondary credential. Those are some of the things that we've been talking a lot about. We've talked about the major policy discussion. We've been gratified to find out that Texas is doing a lot of very interesting things in this area that we hadn't really put our arms around as well as we will be able to now as a result of the discussion this morning, and how we encourage institutions to do more of that work, and at the same time how we're able to manage this situation and adhere to our mission of avoiding unnecessary duplication of programs and initiatives and so forth.
Good. And just one more thing I wanted to mention to you, because you weren't able to join us at the January meeting. We had and I hope I've got this right, I was just looking through my notes, but we had a presentation from Pace High School in Brownsville. I think we gave them an award, and it's a fantastic group there. We heard from Ms. Longoria and Dr. Rita Hernandez and Patty Garza, but they had so much enthusiasm and passion and importantly success in creating a college-going culture there. Were you briefed on that? Or
Yes, I knew about it. Yes, sir.
And we had some discussion about could we somehow, and I'm new to all of this, but could we somehow take what they're doing so successfully and encourage implementation of similar programs across the state? And what I'm tying it into is I did read your, which was very well done, your State of Higher Education address that you made on November 22nd, 2013. And the very first thing you mentioned was, and you stressed the importance of where we are in terms of our Closing the Gaps goals. And you talked about student participation. I think we need 34,000 additional students to reach the 2015 target.
Yes.
And you mentioned that enrollments have been declining. So the tie-in I have is here we heard from this really great program, and we talked about, is there something we could do to encourage implementation? And I don't know if you were briefed on that, and whether the staff has done anything since we talked about that in January.
I don't think we've done anything explicitly about that. I can tell you that we're always looking for ways to promote programs that have been successful in encouraging more students to go to college. For example, we've been expanding our Advise Texas effort, which places recent college graduates in low-achieving high schools with the idea of encouraging more students from those schools to think about going to college and actually applying. We are funding that program jointly with the National College Advising Corps, which founded the program some years ago. We still have Go Centers, which were established well before I arrived on the scene. And I think I'm right in saying that we still have about 200 of those around the state. We've stopped funding those. We gave them startup money, but there are some high schools and school districts that have embraced those. And we're gratified that those centers are still functioning well in many situations, many locations. We have promoted efforts that were undertaken by community colleges to go and visit area high schools and help students fill out FAFSA and helping them gather information about opportunities in higher education, particularly financial aid. So we are always looking for programs that have had success in sending young people to college, particularly in parts of the state and particularly among populations that have been underrepresented. So that's a primary function of our division of P16 initiatives.
Well, I see, and Mr. Jenkins, I see you nodding. I think there's support on the board for trying to really take that PACE high school program. It was, if you can be briefed on it, it's really unbelievable the success they've had. How can we take that and put it into other high schools? That's the question, specific question I'm asking you.
Okay.
Dr. Praise, is it a funding issue? Is it something?
It is it's a funding issue. We had all of our outreach money eliminated. I think it was something like $11 million eliminated from our budget 2 sessions ago. And that's how we funded. We funded programs like what's I'm blanking on the program. It's at Permian and other institutions. AVID. I'm sorry. The AVID program, which encourages faculty to get more involved in student mentoring, and it's had a significant, it's seen a significant improvement in student retention rates at colleges. We funded that program. We funded summer academies to help students get a jump start on doing well in college. We had other programs like the one I described.
That funding got eliminated?
That funding was totally eliminated.
Can we help? Can we help by, if we felt strongly enough about trying to get this program into other high schools, could we go out and maybe seek some private funding for it?
And we do that. We have.
And we will help you? I will help you as a board member?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure. David?
I'd just like to add that the high school you saw is just one of the best examples of what board staff has been working with high schools all around the state to try to accomplish for about a decade, things that the commissioner and the board have pushed. So there are things there that have actually come out of the PETA 16 councils. The coordinating board is established all over the state and has helped fund. And so there are things to learn from them, but there are things that are going on at many, many high schools already, and we could give you additional examples of those high schools. In terms of the other aspects where the staff has met, in terms of your broader issue, and in fact, tomorrow's Darrell Booker from our staff has identified some programs that look particularly promising that we haven't looked at before in terms of African American and Hispanic males. We're talking about at our Gen Techs Day, scaling up an effort we had last year to get more schools, more community colleges out there at those Gen Techs Days to help enroll people. And I just learned 2 days ago that Apply Texas, which is a common application for Texas, that the number of individuals who have applied for college in Texas, this isn't duplicate enrollments, is up 17,000 over the same time last year. So they're promising things that are happening. So I just wanted to address, I can assure you that the commissioner pushes on us on a daily basis to pursue these things.
We acknowledge PACE because what? They were the best? Is that?
They were just an outstanding example, but we could have pulled up some other high schools. I just want to make that point. There's some other high schools out there that are doing outstanding jobs. Some of our institutions are working with schools around the state. So, the UT Austin has its Longhorn Scholars Program, and they have a strong presence in those high schools. All the 120 schools we're working with Advise Texas, you can see changes in those cultures. And just to underline something the commissioner said, what's really amazing is these Go centers, which were established by the state, still exist because they were important, and the schools are funding them themselves. It's a perfect example of a lot of what the board has been trying to accomplish, is to see things that make things happen, and then they work so well that schools will find a way to keep them going. And they've found a way to do that. Our planning committee, which has met, is asked to meet probably at its June or July meeting with examples of great P-16 relationships that exist in parts of the state. We have our pathway data efforts in San Antonio, El Paso, the Valley, Houston, where schools share data. They sit down, people from the high schools, community colleges, and universities, and actually review at a level we can't what's happening and try to improve those things. So there are a number of things. This is not to say we're even close to perfect, but we're trying to improve all the time. So I just wanted.
Yeah, what the point that
I'm through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just to follow up what John was talking about, I thought at that January board meeting that we asked the staff to incorporate this as part of a best practices strategy and publicize it, which sounds like what we're doing. So in response to John, I think the staff is already following through with that. Now, resources can be information. They can also be financial. We may not have financial resources to implement that in the individual high schools. But there's nothing that holds those school districts back from implementing other successes and best practices. So I think our role is to continue to publicize what's really, really working well and how that modeling could work for other public schools.
That's correct, and that's the message we heard. And we don't have the resources to go into every school in the state, but we can certainly provide the resources. Our staff work with the superintendents. We have a very close relationship with the Counselors Association, but again, we can get better and better at the communication.
We do occasionally publish documents that list best practices of colleges, universities, and high schools that have led to higher levels of enrollment and participation in higher education. Our STAR Award program, which I believe we're going to talk about briefly today, is another effort to highlight some of the best programs in the state that lead to improvements in achieving the goals of closing the gaps. And Mr. Steen, I wanted to thank you for recommending that we do this commissioner's remark thing on every agenda. As soon as I heard about the recommendation, I said, of course, we should be doing this.
All right. Thank you, Raymond. I want to move back to item 1B now. Alice, this is your last board meeting. As of June, a new student representative will begin. I would like to now read a resolution that will be presented to you. Whereas Alice Snyder was appointed as the student representative of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on June 1st, 2013, and whereas during her tenure on the coordinating board, Ms. Snyder served on the Agency Operations Committee, the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, and the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And whereas the coordinating board values the input, ideas, and feedback from students of higher education policy, particularly those policies that have a direct impact on students. And whereas Ms. Snyder has provided this critical viewpoint through her thoughtful questions, informed comments, and deep passion for higher education. And whereas the board, its staff, and all current and future students in Texas will benefit from Ms. Snyder's active participation and dedicated service on the board. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 24th day of April 2014 express our deepest appreciation to Alice Snyder for her distinguished service as a student representative of this board and her unwavering dedication to higher education for all students of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Ms. Snyder in recognition of the high esteem in which she is held. Congratulations, Alice. Yeah. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman Hahn. First of all, I'd like to thank the governor for providing me with this unique opportunity. Not many undergraduate students get this insight, this level of insight into higher education policy. So I'm very thankful for that. But I'm also thankful for you all and for the staff. I've learned so much from them, and I'm very thankful for their encouragement and support through the past year. And I know that higher education in Texas is in good hands. So thank you.
We wish you the best. Alice, can you tell us what you'll be doing?
In the fall, I'll be participating in a public policy program through A&M in D.C. So.
All right.
I
Excellent.
fully expect at some point,
we'll
Mr.
see
Chairman,
about
that Alice will either be a member of this board or will be giving directions to this board from her office in the Capitol building.
I don't know. Bill?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Tesher. The second agenda item is for approval of the minutes from the January board meeting. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, just a technical point, and people get on me about this, but since Mr. Monty and Ambassador Sada weren't at the last meeting, and this is approving the minutes of that, Mr. Monty, y'all should probably abstain. I think that's the proper vote on it. Hope that's helpful.
So noted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The next item is that consent calendar. It includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. However, I want to encourage members to be judicious in adding any items to the consent calendar and to be mindful of any items that may warrant discussion for the benefit of our stakeholders and the general public who are in the audience today or tuning in online. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That gives us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. Please note that agenda item 7G1, waiver programs for certain non-resident persons, has been withdrawn from the agenda. It has been determined that the proposed changes are not needed under current statutes as amended by SB 1210. Does any board member want to remove another item or items from the consent calendar? Does any board member want to add any items to the consent calendar? Do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We will now move on to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. Today we will hear from a panel of education technology research experts and higher education leaders regarding various innovative approaches to instructional delivery being used in Texas today and national trends in the use of technology in instructional delivery. The discussion will focus on how we can meet the challenges and benefit from the opportunities of innovative technology. Panelists include Dr. Larry Johnson, Chief Executive Officer of New Media Consortium, Samantha Adams Becker, Senior Director of Communications and Horizon Project Director, Adam Hutchison, Provost of the Texas State Technical College, Dr. Samuel Pete Smith, Vice Provost for Digital Teaching and Learning, the University of Texas at Arlington, Beth Mancini, Associate Dean, College of Nursing, the University of Texas at Arlington, and Dr. Van Davis, Director of Innovations in Higher Education with the Coordinating Board. Are they come? Everybody come on up. Welcome to all of you, and we certainly look forward to your presentation. Whoever wants to kick it off, go right ahead.
Well, I think that's going to be me.
All right.
Thank you very much, folks. So what I'd like to do this morning is at least start by giving you a brief overview of what distance education, online learning, and technology and innovative uses of technology look like at our Texas public institutions of higher education. And then we're going to see some examples of what that looks like and then wrap up by hearing what's going on nationally so that you can get a sense of how Texas fits into the national context. And I think one of the things that you'll see, to echo what the commissioner has said, is that Texas really is leading the way. We may not always get all of the publicity that other states do, but we're doing a heck of a lot more than most states are doing. And I think you'll be very pleased to see the work that our institutions are doing and the way that that work is impacting literally tens of thousands, if not millions, of students and their families across the state. I wanted to start, though, with trying to put this in a little bit of a context of where we've been and where we're going. You may or may not be familiar with the idea of hybrid education. Earlier this year, Wired Magazine did an interview with Clay Christensen, who I think many of you are familiar with, from the Christensen Institute, and they used that as an opportunity to also talk about hybrid and blended versus online learning. And they made a statement that I think is very telling and what you're going to see as I run through the data, and that is that many of our institutions are going to begin to evolve more and more hybrid models, and then provide more specialized courses in person. And that hybrids, and I think what you're going to see as we talk about online learning, that this is also echoing what we're seeing happening in the rest of our business and social worlds, and that this is the direction that we're moving. To give you a little bit of a sense of definitions as I talk through the data, we mean something very specific within the agency when we talk about online learning and very specific when we talk about hybrid and blended learning. Our definition for online learning, and these are the definitions that feed into the CBM reports, which is where we pull this data that I'm about to show you. We changed those definitions about 3 or 4 years ago in consultation with the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. So when we talk about online, and whenever I talk about it this morning and show you the data, that means more than 85% of the instruction is taking place when the student and the faculty member are not in the same physical location. Now, that's not 100% online, but that number is mirrors what we see other organizations like the Southern Region Education Board and the Department of Education use. And it reflects that oftentimes, especially programs that are online, will have some face-to-face component for orientation or to bring students in for intensive one-days. And so we wanted to make sure that we captured that. So when I talk about online this morning, I'm meaning more than 85%. By that same token, what we did at that time 3 years ago is we added a new category, hybrid and blended. And that reflected what we were hearing the field tell us was becoming a more common practice. And the way that we define a hybrid or a blended course is where we have more than 50% but less than 85% of the instruction happening where the faculty and the students are not in the same location. And what you'll see as I drill into the data with you here in a moment or so is that since we have been able to start tracking that, and we only have about 3 years of data on it, we are seeing exactly what we were hearing our practitioners tell us, that more faculty and more institutions are shifting towards hybrid learning, as well as increasing their online learning. And there's some pedagogical reasons for that that I'll talk about in a moment. So to give you a sense of what the growth of distance education data in Texas looks like, the blue bar there at the bottom represents university growth in distance education. From fiscal year 2001 to fiscal year 2013. And the red bar there indicates the growth at community technical and state colleges. And you'll see that not only has there been a significant increase, I mean, we started at around 10% in 2001, and we're at just about 25%, actually over 25% in the last fiscal year of 2013. So you'll see that not only do we see a steady increase here, and this represents online, hybrid, it also represents what we call other electronic media, which is we still have some folks that are using video conferencing or teleconferencing, not many, but they're still out there. And it also reflects in this chart some of the off-campus face-to-face programs, and I can give you a sense here in the next slide about what the proportions of those types of distance education are. But hopefully one of the things that you also see here and that is really important, I think, to talk about is that, you know, the group of institutions in Texas that are really doing the heavy lifting for distance education are community and technical colleges. And that really, I think, reflects both a commitment to working with students to prepare them for university, but it also reflects what they're doing with workforce certificates. And I'm especially pleased that we've got Adam Hutchinson here, who's going to talk about a competency-based education workforce certificate that TSTC is doing, in fact, the first in the nation, because it does, I think, speak to the way that we're seeing distance education being used to help all Texans, not just those that are pursuing associate and baccalaureate and post-baccalaureate degrees, but also the role that we're seeing it play in workforce training and development, which is something that I think many of you have expressed a great deal of interest in and are probably very familiar with. The way this looks when we begin to drill down into the data is that if you look here, the yellow bar, the yellow portion of this bar graph, and this is just the last 3 years that we have data on. So the yellow portion of this bar graph represents what we would call fully distance ed. That's that 85% and above. And you'll see, and the numbers are, these are semester credit hours. So you'll see that we are seeing a steady increase. Almost 3.8 million semester credit hours attempted in fiscal year 2011. Over 4 million in fiscal year 2012, over 4.5 million in fiscal year 2013. So we're seeing a steady increase here in the terms of the amount of fully online that our institutions are offering. But you'll also see that that blue bar, which is hard to see here, it's still fairly small, but that represents that hybrid and blended that I was just talking about. And that is also steadily increasing. In fact, from fiscal year 2011 to fiscal year 2013, we've more than doubled that. And there's a reason that that's happening. The research that is out there on the success and effectiveness of online learning and distance education is indicating now that some of the most successful students are those that are coming out of hybrid courses. It's this idea of you use technology where it is most appropriate to use technology, and then you use classroom time and people where it's the most appropriate to do that. And often, perhaps you've heard the term the flipped classroom or flipped courses. That's really what hybrid courses are. It's the idea, and this is what many of our faculty and institutions are doing. You take the lecturing offline. You take that out of the classroom, you put that online, so that in part students can look at and review those materials over and over and over again. And then you use classroom time to focus on application and to focus on discussion and case studies and some really extraordinary work in the sciences, experimentation. And that the studies are indicating that that can be actually probably the most effective sort of form of pedagogy for students. And so that's one reason why we're seeing that increase. You'll see that there's a green bar there as well. That's what we call other distance education. That's actually off-campus face-to-face for universities or out-of-district face-to-face for our community and technical colleges, and that does still happen. Oftentimes, that is either for the university's programs or courses that they may be offering at higher education centers or university centers. It may also reflect dual credit that they're doing, and the same thing for our community colleges that sometimes reflects dual credit. And then the red bar there is the non-distance education. That's the on-campus face-to-face. And you'll see that actually that's decreasing. So we really are seeing an uptick in this. And one of the reasons why I think that's important is what we see right here. to get a sense of how our institutions are doing this. This graph shows two things. It shows who are, first of all, the yellow bar graph shows which institutions are doing the most distance education by semester credit hours attempted. And you'll see that, much like what I showed you with that first graph that showed the university and the community and technical college share, you'll see that the institution that is doing the most is a community college. It's Houston Community College, and I think I saw actually Charles Cook in the back of the room earlier this morning. And then you'll see that we look at University of Arlington, who we have here on the panel, and we'll be talking about the program that has probably impacted that number the most for them, their RN to BSM program. University of Houston, Central Texas College, Lamar, Austin Community College, University of North Texas, Texas Woman's, Texas A&M Commerce, and South Texas College. But what's really interesting here, and what I really want to draw your attention to, is if we talk about distance education just as who's producing the most semester credit hours, we only see a very small portion of the story. Because what's really important here are which institutions are leveraging that the most in terms of their overall percentage of the semester credit hours that they're offering. And one of the things that you see here is that some of the institutions that are doing this the most in terms of the strategy that they're using at their institution, the instructional modality that they're leveraging the most, are smaller institutions. You see that when we look at Central Texas College, where almost 50% of their coursework is being offered as distance education, and that speaks to the commitment that they have as a military-friendly institution, and that the work that they do with the military forces that are based there and then are being deployed out of Killeen. We see that with Lamar University. We see that with Texas Woman's University. We see it with Texas A&M Commerce, which is another military-friendly institution. And it becomes even more striking when we look at this at just our community and technical colleges and now look at the percentages. So the graph that I just showed you here looked at our leaders by semester credit hour. But now I really want to focus on who our leaders are in terms of leveraging this technology as a portion of their overall institutional delivery strategies. And here I think it becomes very, very clear that, especially when we look at community and technical colleges, our institutions that are leveraging this the most are oftentimes some of our smallest institutions and very rural institutions. You'll see that when we look at percentage, TSTC West Texas is leading that group. Over 52% of their curriculum is offered through some sort of distance modality. Central Texas College, look at Western Texas College. It's not an institution that we're oftentimes talking about. Yet almost half of what they're doing is through a distance instructional modality. Same thing with, we've got Dallas County Community College, their Cedar Valley College, Lamar State, Port Arthur, Midland, Hill, Sul Ross, Rio Grande, Odessa, Panola. Many of these, you'll also note, are very rural institutions where it's not easy for them to be able to necessarily get the folks in their service area to come to their campus. And so this really speaks to the way that they are using this modality to extend the reach and extend their institutional mission. Something somewhat similar with universities, when we look at how this breaks down by percentages at our universities, with Victoria, where they've got over 60% of what they're doing at UH Victoria is through a distance modality, A&M San Antonio, Commerce, UT Permian Basin, A&M Central Texas, Lamar. I apologize, I thought Sul Ross Rio Grande had been taken off of the community college and kept here. Texas Woman's University, Texarkana, UH Downtown. And again, you'll see where, in a few of these cases, they're also offering a lot by semester credit hour. But you'll notice here again that same pathway where some of our institutions that are doing this the most are not necessarily our institutions that are our largest institutions. And again, that speaks to ways that they're trying to leverage this technology to extend their reach and to fulfill their institutional missions. Some of you may remember that there was a recommendation that came a couple of years ago that our institutions offer at minimum 10% of their instruction online as a recommendation from the Cost Efficiency Committee. You'll be interested to know that almost all of our institutions are already doing that. We have only about a couple of dozen schools that aren't doing that already. So I think that speaks a lot to the way in which our institutions are really leveraging these technologies to extend their reach. We've seen really significant growth over the last decade. We have our community colleges that are doing that heavy lifting, but our universities are also really engaging in these different types of instructional modalities. Most of our institutions have far surpassed the Cost Efficiency Committee's recommendation to offer 10% of their semester credit hours online, and it's some of our smallest institutions that are doing this the most. So with that in mind, I want to just give you a very quick overview of what that looks like on a few of our campuses, and then you're going to get to hear from these folks sitting to the right of me about a little bit more in depth about a few of those. There are a number of other ways besides just teaching a class online or teaching a hybrid class that our schools are very innovative in their use of technology. One of the ways that you may hear a little bit about today, but certainly if you're paying attention to the discussion that's going on in higher education, is the idea of predictive analytics and big data. We as educators collect an enormous amount of data on our students through learning management systems and student information management systems, customer retention management systems. We collect, especially through the learning management systems that students are using, even when they're taking face-to-face classes, they're using these systems. We collect an enormous amount of data. One of the things that we've seen happening, certainly in the medical field, and I think they have really taken the lead in it, is how can you use analytics to begin to shape, in the case of medicine, patient behavior. And now we see more and more folks in higher ed that are looking at how can we use that data and analytics to shape student behavior, and also to better fine-tune our instruction for students. And there are some really extraordinarily exciting things, I think, that are going on in this field. I'll give you a quick example that I'll talk a little bit more about later. The two institutions that are participating in the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate Project, Texas A&M Commerce and South Texas College, have recently partnered with Civitas Learning, which is a new startup here in Austin. What Civitas is doing is they are helping those institutions build a custom-built predictive analytics system so that they will be able to take all of that data that they're collecting. They will have algorithms that are tuned to segments of their student populations, and their advisors then will be able to see, based upon the characteristics of a student coming into the institution and based upon real-time characteristics of what that student is currently doing in their courses, they will be able to see where that student is likely to encounter problems. And the reason why that becomes really exciting is because it means that instead of just helping students after there's a problem, and oftentimes students, I taught for over a decade and I learned this the hard way, oftentimes students don't seek out help when they need to. And so instead of having to wait for a student to realize that they're in trouble, or even instead of having to wait for a faculty member or an advisor to see how a student does on that first major exam or that first major paper, with these sort of predictive analytics systems, we can get a sense of where the student is going to encounter a problem before it's too late. And the reason why that's important is because it means that we can start providing services while those services can still make a profound impact in that student's success. We can get them the help that they need before they even realize that they need it. And that has the potential to so significantly impact those success and those retention numbers that every institution in this room and every person sitting in this room are worried about. And that is something that we were not even able to really seriously think about even 3 or 4 years ago. And we're right on the cusp of that. And it's really exciting. I know that it's extraordinarily geekish of me to get passionate about this, but that is, to me, I think, one of the most exciting things that I'm seeing happening in my career so far. Competency-based education, which I won't go into right now because you'll hear Adam talk about it, and I'll talk about it as well. MOOCs, which you're going to hear UT Arlington talk about and that the commissioner mentioned earlier. Course redesign efforts, which the coordinating board has been a leader in and Texas has been a leader in for the last 6 years. Digital learning object repositories, open educational resources, which we also have provided a leadership role in with the creation of the Texas Learning Objects Repository, which at first was based at the UT Telecampus, and then after they were phased out is now at UT San Antonio, and that was partially funded through a grant from the coordinating board. Flipped classrooms, which really gets to that hybrid environment. Student retention, CMRs. This is something I think that business has been very comfortable with, this idea of customer relations management software, and that many of you are familiar with. Institutions now are looking at how we can apply that in higher education, and not just in the admissions process, but also in the retention process, to really keep better track of the contacts that we have with students so that we can make sure that they're the right contacts and that no one's falling through the cracks. E-textbooks, gamification, this idea that we can find ways to create simulations, to create games that students can use then to not only practice, but to hone their skills and enjoy doing, maybe without realizing that they're learning. And again, Texas has taken the leadership here. We've seen some extraordinary work that Texas A&M Corpus Christi did in creating emergency room simulations, and that was funded by the Department of Defense. Digital publishing and adaptive learning. And adaptive learning is another one of those technologies that holds great promise, where you can begin to use software so that as students go through practice exercises, that software automatically adapts what they're doing to what they're able to do. And I think as you hear later when we talk about the Texas Success Initiative, we're basically using a version of that now in the new TSI assessment as well. So there's some very interesting things that are going on. The one last thing that I wanted to share with you is a framework that I'd like you to keep in mind today and as we move forward in our discussions about this in the rest of this year and next, and especially in the next legislative session. There is oftentimes an ebb and flow to how technology is implemented. And just as we see that in the consumer side, where everybody gets excited about the new hot gadget until the next version comes out, a year ago this was the best phone on the market, and sadly it's not anymore. I've promised my wife I won't upgrade, though, for another year. And I'm glad that's being recorded. But just as we see in that consumer market and the industrial market of technologies taking off and then sort of reality setting in, we see that in higher ed, too. And I think that's important because oftentimes with technology, it's easy to focus on the short term. But in higher ed, particularly in a time of limited resources and wanting to be good advocates and good stewards of resources, our institutions have to take the long view. And the Gartner Group has what they call a hype cycle, and I think that this is a good framework for thinking about that long view. We see things that are on the rise right now. Mashware, student retention, CRM, big data, gamification. And then usually, and in higher ed that's usually pretty quickly because we're all academics and we're taught to be critical, usually the shine wears off very quickly. And then suddenly that's not the best thing in the world, and we start seeing everything that's wrong. And Gartner calls that the trough of disillusionment. And MOOCs are a really wonderful example of that. This time last year, many people were talking, I won't say everyone in higher ed because a lot in higher ed weren't, but outside of higher ed, many people were talking about MOOCs as the game changer. Well, they're already on the downslide. But what happens, e-textbooks is another good example of this, virtual worlds like Second Life and simulations, is that eventually we realize it's not the next best thing, but we figure out what it's good for. And then we begin to understand and really look at and research and experiment with adaptation and use. Gartner calls that the slope of enlightenment. And then we reach a point where we reach that productivity point, where we know how to use it. And some of the things that we see that Gartner has identified as being at that plateau of productivity right now, ebook readers, self-publishing. And these are all things that are impacting higher education as we speak. So I would just ask you, as we have the conversations today and moving forward, that you keep the short view in mind, but you also keep this long view in mind. And with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Adam to talk a little bit about their competency-based
Doctor, quickly
program.
on the chart here,
Yes,
on this
sir.
Gartner's Hype Cycle. So some of the, like Mashware has a black dot and e-textbook.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
So the dark blue dots is Gartner's predictions that that's going to happen 3 to 5 years out before it reaches that plateau of productivity. The light blue are, I think, 1 to 3 years, and the white is right now.
Right now. Thank you.
And this is a very simplified version. I made the mistake last week when we were talking about our presentations of showing the full version, and I was roundly admonished, as I should have been, because the full version is a bit on the unreadable side. So what I did is I selected some of the ones that I think are the most promising or important right now, and we're seeing the most at our institutions, so that this would be a little bit more readable. I'm sure that we might be able to find a way to get the full one to you if you're interested in seeing that. Else? Adam?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, for allowing us to be here today. I want to talk a little bit about competency-based learning, I think. As it arrives on the screen, I think you've got some slides perhaps provided to you in your packet. I know there was a brief also submitted. There's been a significant amount of national conversation about competency-based learning. Rebecca Klein-Collins discussed competency-based learning as a more effective way to validate that student learning has really occurred. This has been a significant conversation around the country about how do we really know students are prepared for the next thing. Furthermore, in the New America Foundation and their project, identified a significant number of students that are attending more than one institution, and we are creating unintentionally a culture of seat time measurement versus what did I really learn in that course. And I'd even venture to say that some of us may have sat in a class before where we thought to ourselves, I've got this part, can we just go a little faster, or something along those lines. Competency-based education here in Texas gives us an opportunity to explore that opportunity and move students through the education process focused on competencies rather than specific seat time or traditional calendar, and frankly brings the focus more about program of study than simply an assembly of discrete courses glued together in a curricula that produces a degree. I think equally important, it focuses our attention, and I say our, specifically Texas State Technical College and our role in higher ed in Texas, on providing the skills necessary for a trained workforce. And so in partnership with the Higher Education Coordinating Board, the Workforce Commission was a part of that conversation, and the Texas Association of Manufacturers, we gathered around the table. Commissioner Perez was there. You remember that meeting in fall of 2012. We were all sort of summoned in to talk about what we're doing for industry in Texas, and the idea of putting a framework together where fast start programs could be developed, deployed quickly, and give those students the most effective means to get through a college experience with a credential, an award, and move them into a meaningful job. That challenge was put before us. This board approved a Carl Perkins Leadership Grant in spring of 2013, and our goal was to put that program on the ground this past fall, and I'm happy to announce that we were able to do that in 2 of the TSTC locations here. The goal really of the project was to build the framework, however, so that any institution in Texas could grab that template, that how-to manual, as it were, and build competency-based programs. And I'd like to express now my appreciation for the coordinating board staff who greatly assisted in that. Gary Tomerlin Van was a part of that, Donna Carlin and others who really walked closely with us to put that framework together. Obviously, having that appropriate leadership support infrastructure was critical. You recognize, too, that any new startup as far as a degree plan or a change in how we deliver education now involves our accrediting agencies, and so they were at the table for those conversations as well. And we were quick to bring in the Texas Association of Manufacturers. They had been identified by the governor's office, and with the assistance of the coordinating board, participated in a lot of the curriculum development pieces. Again, with the goal that we're going to put people to work at the end of this program, let's make sure that the skills that they learn are the ones that are employable and necessary for that industry piece. So in the project that I'm here to describe to you, the Harlingen campus had a leadership role in it, but I want to be very clear that all of the TSTC campuses participated so that we would be able to deploy this system-wide around the state. And just to give you an idea of some of the framework involved, the administrative decisions necessary, such as how do we do this, what programs should we put on the ground, what are the staff development needs for such a thing, how does it affect our existing processes, how do we register students in competency-based programs, how do we go through a different application or admissions process, what does financial aid look like for a student who is moving at a different pace than a traditional semester schedule. And then building that curriculum. How do we ensure that the learning outcomes that are described in the courses match the competencies that are necessary in the workplace? How do we help our faculty teach in that kind of framework and at the same time collect all of the higher ed data that Van spoke of and the information necessary to really prove to the coordinating board that we're fulfilling our obligation within the existing curriculum framework? So to be clear, when we talk about competency-based education, in meeting with those employers within the Texas Association of Manufacturers from the Houston area, Austin, the Metroplex, and South Texas, we presented them with a large menu of what we think your employees do every day. We identified over 1,800 job openings just in the fall of 2012 and the spring of 2013 that they had for those positions that we felt like we could provide need for. As we presented them with that menu of skills, we asked them to help rank the order of those skills, what's most important, what's critical for employees today, and we mapped those skills with competencies in the classroom. That is, for example, if a manufacturer discussed the need for a worker to be proficient in electrical troubleshooting, we matched that to competencies and lab exercises that we could use to validate those skills, to really ensure that when the student graduated, they did indeed have mastery of those skills. This is, in some cases, different than what we do in a traditional semester-based program, where we might have a passing grade for completing or passing an average of those skills. If I get 70% of the questions right through the course of the program, I successfully complete the course. Instead, in this program, the competency model really manages itself by mastery. You cannot move to the next skill until you have demonstrated mastery of the previous one. Therefore, the rigor really is higher for the students proceeding through a competency-based program. To effectively operate this, we had to go back to the drawing board and develop rubrics and templates, and how do we measure these things? How do we validate our exercises? Our labs, are they prepared for this? And we engaged, again, industry and asked them, is this lab assignment comparable to what you would see in the job workplace? Are the team skills, for example, are the activities, the lab exercises we're doing, do they match what happens in the job? Because we're all a part of a larger higher ed system, we did want to make sure that it linked back to what we have already established here in Texas. We wanted to link it back to courses and to degrees or certificates, to existing programs or courses that are in our inventory, so that if a student left our institution having gained skills and employable, and ended up at another institution somewhere else in the state and wanted to continue their education, we felt like that was a critical element, some ability to progress beyond our certificate. And so we were able then to map those back to the existing education infrastructure. The detail of this form is not necessary for you to completely grasp, but I show you this simply as an example of the type of work that we did in mapping all of these competencies back to existing programs. Again, communicating to the student that when they engaged in a competency education model, we were telling them you're engaging in a program of study at the end of which is a job. Rather than a discrete batch of courses that we'll grab and plug together, we were projecting to them a program of study. We were intent, however, in linking these back to existing courses. What you see here are the industry standards that we had validated by the Texas Association of Manufacturers, and we cross-listed those with program-level outcomes. That's what our accrediting agencies like, well, in our case, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, Commission on Colleges, what they were very concerned about. Show us how you're meeting the program-level outcomes. We mapped those back as well to the course-level outcomes in the Texas Workforce Education Curriculum Manual, our large inventory of courses here around the state to ensure portability for students, no matter what institution they decided to go to. And then we cross-referenced all of that with what capacities do we have internally? What happens in the classroom? What are students going to do every day? By forcing ourselves to go through this exercise with every competency and every skill, we were really able to validate that we were serving all of those stakeholders. Certainly, we have an obligation to you as the board to follow the rules, as it were. We have an obligation to our accrediting agencies. We felt very strongly, and we're reminded often by the coordinating board staff, we have an obligation to our employers who are, in essence, buying this product at the end of the education cycle. And so to be able to demonstrate to employers that their needs are met through this process was important to us. And be able to show students, here's how what you're doing in the classroom or in the lab relates to what you're going to do in the job at the other end of this. We built assessment instruments that validated this all along the way for students, and it really helped us, as we worked through the process, develop a roadmap for students. Rather than be handed a list of courses you will take as a part of your degree plan, and I'm not critical of that, that's an important piece of what we do, we were showing these students a list of skills that you will master along the way, and at the end of which is a job. This list of skills provided a student a clear understanding of what happens next and how one builds upon another. It gave them really a roadmap. It also served as an inventory for the hiring agencies. Whatever manufacturer in this case was going to come along and hire the student could see that inventory of skills. And rather than just a discrete batch of 4-letter and 4-digit courses, they were able to really look at the skill sets involved and the mastery level. So here's what we ended up with. We had to change the way we do scheduling. Rather than discrete 1 hour, 3 times a week type of courses, we created blocks of time where students could engage in longer lab periods and simulated work environments where they were working in teams on specific projects that match what happens in the job. All of it was transcripted back into courses. So a student, if he decides to transfer, for example, in Harlingen, the program as a certificate level in industrial systems that rolls up into an Associate of Applied Science degree in mechatronics. TSTC Harlingen has a degree there, but so does San Jacinto College. If a student left the Rio Grande Valley and transferred to the San Jacinto area, they could take those credits on their transcript. It looks just like every other course and show up there and continue their education in their AAS degree. We aligned it with some common administrative processes like admissions and registration and financial aid, all with the goal of making it seamless for students. We would not want to create a structure that makes it difficult for students to enter or exit. We involved multiple success stages. As I said, that certificate program is completely transferable or rolls up into the associate degree that it's related to, and that degree can roll up into through articulated agreements into bachelor's degrees around the state. That alignment was a very important piece of the project, and we were proud to put all those things together. So when we talk about competency-based education, to relate back to what Van was saying, there are some great advantages. The items like the lecture content or the didactic can be put online into our learning management system. Students can master that before they ever come to the lab setting, saving them time, giving them flexibility about how they handle the lab. Students who already possess those skills before they enter college, specifically veterans or already employed workers, incumbent workers who have proficiency in electrical systems or hydraulics, pneumatics, programmable logic controllers. When they enter a program in competency-based, they simply demonstrate that they already know how to do it, and they're able to accelerate through those competencies as they're mapped out. So rather than being locked into a 15-week schedule, regardless of how much I know or how much I came to the table with, I'm able to accelerate my completion time. And we've seen students already in the pilot phase accelerate through courses. What took us 15 weeks or 16 weeks in the traditional model, students were finishing in 10. Because they already had those skill sets when they showed up in the program. All of that resulting at the end in a student who's ready to go to work sooner. And so they save time and money and perhaps even frustration in the educational process to be able to complete more effectively. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have.
David?
So how would they save money? Does the tuition a differential according to the number of weeks they stay in the program?
In this case, no. And we did that really to align common administrative processes. So the dollar value of a course remains the same, whether it's a competency-based or a traditional semester. That, frankly, made our administrative processes easier. Where they really save time, though, is not taking unnecessary courses that had duplicate learning outcomes. Working with the Texas Association of Manufacturers, we identified places where we were teaching the same information in multiple places in traditional degree plans. The competency-based model let us identify where that competency should be taught, let the student demonstrate mastery in that course or in that topic, and then move forward without looping back to that same course again. So we were actually able to trim the degree plan significantly.
So the true cost savings would be to the institution, and therefore one would surmise that overall the tuition could be decreased if the average throughput, instead of being 16 weeks, was an average of 12 or 13 weeks.
It's a model.
Is that what you're saying?
It's a model we could certainly explore. We haven't built that out yet, to be honest, because we're still in a pilot phase. What we've done in this phase actually is add some faculty and staff into the lab environment to make it more flexible for students to move through the program quickly. We're running it parallel to an existing program. That is, we've got a semester level, a traditional semester clock hour program happening at the same time as the competency-based, and we're evaluating those things, and it's certainly a financial model we want to explore.
And the transferability of that learning portfolio, is that throughout the entire state with similar institutions, or only those within a certain system?
Well, those courses that a student is taking, we've mapped those competencies back to existing courses. So they are all in the Workforce Education Curriculum Manual, part of the Texas Common Course Numbering System. So if they take an electrical course at TSCC Harlingen, that same rubric number, course number, will line up with the existing degree, wherever it lines up with those existing degree plans, it creates that transferability for students if they go to another institution.
John?
Provost Hutchison, thanks. That was a great presentation. When you mentioned interacting with the private sector, you mentioned again and again the Texas Association of Manufacturers. And so is that really where you're focused? What about service industries? Or
in this particular case, the pilot was with the Texas Association of Manufacturers, and they were brought to the table. They were part of that initial conversation, and our application to the coordinating board to develop the pilot specifically mentioned the Texas Association of Manufacturers because of their specific workforce needs that they'd expressed. But the model is very applicable in other places. In fact, competency-based education already really happens in a lot of allied health programs. We don't map it that way, but nurses, LVN, RN, they're really already doing a lot of this. We haven't mapped the curriculum in the same way, but it's certainly applicable to other service sectors. The Texas Association of Manufacturers was simply selected to be a part of this pilot.
Thank you.
Is your mic on?
Lights on.
Lights on.
No one's on. There we go.
So Western Governors has actually done a great job with competency-based education, and what they do is they offer one price per semester, and you can take as many courses as you can accomplish during that. Do you see the motivator?
Absolutely.
And how that really pushes students to achieve and finish. And if you can take the 2 years of coursework in 1 year, the savings is so huge for students. And really, I think that's what we're looking for, is the opportunity for students to really benefit from competency-based. And obviously, adult learners who are skilled, disciplined, and very goal-oriented are going to achieve. And are you thinking that you could consider that in the future?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. That's really sort of in version 2, I would submit. The time frame between the approval of the grant at the end of January and putting the program on the ground in August limited our options, quite frankly, but it is really, now that we have refined our delivery process, for lack of a better term, on our short list of things we want to accomplish to create a different type of access model, similar to what Western Governors is doing, a one fee, go as fast as you can type model.
Chairman. Adam, I just encourage you to really come up with some sort of CLEP program or something, because it can be a real motivator for a student, and it's a big confidence booster too if they can establish some competency early on, and it saves them money. And I just encourage you to do that. I think the public really wants that.
Yes, sir, we will.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, and along that line, just to kind of follow up with what the commissioner was saying earlier in his commissioner's report, we have to take folks who've completed part of an academic program that are in the adult model now, and if we're going to march them back into the system, we've got to give them credit for what they've got. It sounds like you're doing a lot of that, but I think it needs to be more formalized. And I think you're going to have to, along the lines of what Ms. Shepard was saying, you're going to have to look at your student fee schedule, and maybe that they're going to buy, a parking rate, and the meter runs and they pay according to how long they sit there and learn, as opposed to, how many weeks it takes or a semester. And it may require more innovation, but I guess that's version 2, as you were saying.
I think that's where it'll have to be. However, I'll offer that I think the competency-based model that we've built lends itself to that type of funding structure and fee structure for education. We're excited about doing it.
Go ahead, Raymond.
I just wanted to tell the board that we've had a very, very positive working relationship with TSTC. TSTC has been absolutely a center of innovation. We started with this program. We had a conversation with TSTC because we simply wanted to accelerate the process by which particularly unemployed workers could be retrained and go back into the workforce. And so Chancellor Reeser has been wonderful in supporting these kinds of approaches, and we think you're doing some extraordinary work, and we know that there will be further iterations and expansion of competency-based learning. But thanks so much for being so aggressive and being so open to new approaches to the delivery of education.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I wanted to follow up with Adam to talk about what this looks like at the baccalaureate side. And I think some of the things that Ms. Shepard, that you and others identified about the student cost model, you'll see that we have been able to implement in the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate Program. And in all due honesty, we had a little bit longer than TSTC did. They did this in less than a year. We had about a year and a half from the time we got our grant to when we launched it. So we were able, I think, to go a little bit beyond where they went with some of the administrative models. And I know that from my discussions with them that this is where they're interested in going. Many of you will perhaps remember 3 years ago, the governor issued a challenge in his State of the State address for our institutions, our universities, to find ways to offer a $10,000 bachelor's degree, including books. And you may remember that there was some skepticism from the field about the ability for that to happen. But we at the coordinating board with Dr. Paredes and Dr. Gardner's leadership really took that as an opportunity for us to talk about ways that we could help institutions and to begin to try to identify some institutions that were trying to find ways of approaching education differently so that we could see reduced costs to students and to institutions in the state, while at the same time making sure that the rigor and the value and the learning was high. And one of the results of those conversations was in the summer of 2012, we were awarded a grant from EDUCAUSE, a Next Generation Learning Challenges Wave 3B grant, with Texas A&M University and South Texas College, and the College for All Texans Foundation is actually the fiduciary on the grant. And what we were awarded that grant to do was to create a competency-based baccalaureate degree and see that implemented and launched at 2 of our institutions. And I love, whenever I talk about this nationally, I love to show this map. Because we have several other fellow grantees in Georgia, Kentucky, Northern Arizona University. Some of you may be familiar with Southern New Hampshire's College for America program that are doing wonderful work around the state, and that I get to spend some great time with talking about how we can advance higher education. But whenever I show them this map, the room usually gets very quiet, because for them, it's only one institution, maybe 2, that are next to each other or across the street. For us, what we did is we developed a true collaboration between 2 institutions that are on opposite ends of the state, that have completely different student demographics and student cultures, but that are both poised to make a tremendous impact in their areas. Although the grant was awarded through EDUCAUSE, the funders of the grant actually are listed here. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was the primary funder, iNACOL, League of Innovation, and CCSSO. And what these 2 institutions have managed to do in the last year and a half is really nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did they build a degree program not only did they build a degree program from the ground up, but they built a degree program that's delivered in no way like what they're currently doing. And that required not just significant curriculum work, but it required a massive effort in instructional design and administrative back-end work. What they're doing is they're offering a Bachelor of Applied Sciences in Organizational Leadership. And we chose this degree very purposefully. First of all, we wanted to make sure it was an applied baccalaureate, and the reason why is because that is, in Texas, the easiest way to leverage an applied associate's degree. Adam just talked about that desire to make sure that what they developed in their certificate program would feed into an associate's degree. We wanted to make sure that we had a program that these applied associate degrees could feed into for a bachelor's degree, so that students wouldn't lose the work that they've done. And the best way to do that right now in Texas is an applied baccalaureate. We chose organizational leadership after talking to folks in the industry and after looking at Texas Workforce Commission and Department of Labor Bureau statistics as well. Because what we identified was that there is a significant need currently and an ongoing significant projected need for folks to be able to take on managerial and supervisory roles across several industries in Texas. And that those are oftentimes roles that really, if an individual wants to progress, they need a bachelor's degree. They need a higher education, and they need that training and that knowledge. And so what we did is we didn't want to create just another business degree. We wanted to focus on how do we provide students with the skills to be leaders and to understand the dynamics of organizations. And so what we crafted was an organizational leadership degree that, and this is the program description in front of you, it prepares innovative leaders for employment in increasingly diverse technological and global society. So we focus on technology application. It develops practical workplace competencies that meet current and future challenges through real-world coursework utilizing personalized academic mentoring and tutoring. So our upper division coursework is problem-based, and I'll talk more about that. Our academic and support staffing model is a little bit different. It's a personalized model, and I'll talk a moment about that. And then our coursework really, at both the lower division and the upper division, really focuses in on team building, ethical decision making, enhanced communication skills, critical thinking, and people skills. We looked at the work that the Association of American Colleges and Universities had done with their LEAP initiative, Liberal Education as America's Promise, that they had done with industry leaders across the United States. And what they saw and what we saw as we talked to folks around Texas and in these two communities was that those folks wanted workers who knew how to think, that were literate, and literacy means something different now than it meant even 10 years ago. It means not just knowing how to read and write, but it means being computationally literate. It means being able to think critically about a knowledge economy. It means learning how to express yourself not just in the traditional written word, but learning how to express yourself effectively in email, which is a completely different communication style, in Twitter and social media, so that you don't do things like we have seen happen in some industries lately. Knowing how to talk to people at the other side of the globe and understanding cultural literacy, because increasingly the folks that you work with are not going to be necessarily folks that have your same background and experience. And those are all key skills that employers nationally and in Texas were saying that that's what we need of the folks in our company, that we need to be leaders and managers. And so this program was crafted very deliberately and very specifically to take those needs into mind. And we see our graduates then moving into education, government, nonprofit, and business organizations with those skills to be supervisors and managers and to take leadership positions. There are sort of four pieces, I think, that we tried to really address for this puzzle in thinking about how we built out a competency-based baccalaureate program. We wanted to try to figure out how do we significantly reduce cost, and not just cost to student, but cost to the institution. And I'll talk a moment about that. We felt that the modality that might be able to do this best was a competency modality. We wanted to look at, are there different ways that we can better use academic and student support staff so that students are scaffolded with the support that they need? And how are the ways that we can use technology and leverage that to also increase student learning and increase access, and also hopefully maybe be able to push that affordability point as well? So we also were very mindful of this. Nationally, in a study that NCHIMS did using NCS and IPEDS data a couple of years ago, they found that the share of family income needed to pay for a baccalaureate degree was about 16.9% nationally, and if you need me to, I can get into how they calculated that. In Texas, it's 5.8%, so we're doing a little bit better than folks are nationally. To give you an idea, the high end of that extreme is Pennsylvania. It's over 22%. California, who we're oftentimes compared to, is 17%. New York, 16.6%. So we wanted to figure out a way that we dealt with this. We also wanted to figure out a way that we dealt with this. The total lifetime income lost by Texas University students who don't complete a baccalaureate degree, that 3.7 million adults that Dr. Paredes mentioned earlier in Texas, and those are the ones that have some college credit and no degree, that's what they're losing. And that impacts not only them, but it obviously impacts the state in a very significant way. So the first thing we did is we figured out a different way of looking at tuition and fees. And this, I think, addresses what you were talking about, Ms. Shepard. Normally, we do semester credit hour, and we have a per credit hour tuition and fees. What we do is a subscription model, much like what Western Governors does. Although ours is a little bit different. They do 6-month terms, we do 7-week terms. In our model, students are charged a flat fee for every 7 weeks, and we run 6 7-week terms. and that's $750. And at the lower division level, that is all inclusive. It is inclusive of all learning materials, all tuition, all fees, everything, assessments, the whole thing. They can complete as many competencies and the courses they map back to as they are able to in that 7-week period. And that means that if a student comes in with a lot, then we need to allow them to use that credit, and they can significantly reduce their cost. We think we're going to see about a $5,000 to $14,000 total cost for students for the entire degree program, depending upon how quickly they're able to move through and how much learning they already have. We're focusing then on mastery and not seat time. We talked with a lot of stakeholders here, the same ones that you saw Adam talk about as they were working with at TSTC. What we're doing, though, is we're using a little bit of a different instructional model. It's a model that allows us to use faculty as the content experts to develop the curriculum. We used full-time academic coaches to provide personalized assistance in facilitating students through. They're making contact with those students every week. They stay with them until they graduate. We use content instructors to provide on-demand tutorial assistance and evaluation as well, although down the road we may very well use separate group of folks to do evaluation. So we're changing the instructional model a little bit. The models themselves, the modules, are highly built out. All of that material is online. There's several learning outcomes for each module. We also mapped back to courses, so what's transcripted are actually courses, which makes it fully transferable. And those modules are very deep. There are readings, there's media, there are practice assignments, research assignments, opportunities for collaboration, and most importantly, assessments, because in a competency-based model, assessment is what matters. And these are not multiple choice assessments like what many people think of. These are actually deep, practical, applied assessments. And they are assessing at multiple levels. We have assessments that require students to solve problems and show how they've solved them. We have assessments that require students to do writing assignments. We have assessments that require students to record speeches, and those speeches are evaluated. It's deep assessment. The result is a general education curriculum where students cannot move on until they've mastered all of these competencies at least an 80% level. That then feeds into a 1-year accelerated upper division curriculum that focuses on workforce-based problems to teach them those upper division skills. The faculty and the staff at Texas A&M Commerce and South Texas College have been extraordinary in working on this. We launched in January at both of those institutions. They're in their second term right now. There have been an enormous amount of challenges on the back-end administrative side that we are still working through, and their staff have been wonderful to do that, and the leadership of those presidents has been just enormous. I know Dr. Jones from Commerce is with us today. Dr. Reed's not with us, but this program would not have happened without both of them and the impact that their faculty and their administrators were willing to take on to do something that no one else has done at a public institution in Texas, and very few people have done nationally. And these two institutions are now seen as national leaders in this movement.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is all very interesting. I'm just getting a little bit concerned about our time because
Yes.
we've got a panel of 6, and I think we just heard from 2 of the 6.
Okay, let's move forward.
To pick up on some of the themes Van has introduced and our colleagues, thank you all for allowing us to share our experience with the University of Texas at Arlington in particular. And when I first saw the list of innovative delivery techniques and tools and technologies, recognized many of them as methods and systems and efforts that we were involved in, so wanted to share our experience and how we got where we were, but more importantly, where we're going with those technologies as well. I was happy that distance education was at the top of the list, and that allowed me to share, first of all, some of our statistics, but I think they parallel Van's very closely. This is actually our global headcount statistic and growth for UT Arlington over the past several fiscal years. And you'll notice that against our global total headcount, not student credit hours or enrollments, but headcount, we are at about 28% truly distant students, learners who are in complete online degree programs, have multiple long-term enrollments and relationships with us, and very frequently never set foot on campus or may set foot on campus literally to walk across the stage and graduate. But I would argue that that building process, and we've been at this since 1997, as have many of the institutions in the room, has really put us in a wonderful position to move to all of the other sorts of technologies and techniques and approaches you're going to hear about today. We're ready and we are active in the flipped classroom. We're ready and we're active in MOOCs. We're ready and active in all of the items on the list, in part because distance education and the students in those programs have asked us and forced us to grow as an infrastructure, to grow as an institution, and to really be prepared in ways we weren't 15 years ago. We have the systems in place like Blackboard. And in particular, too, we are also now just finishing our implementation of Blackboard Analytics, a parallel product to the Civitas product that Van mentioned a few moments ago, and I will join him in geeking out a little bit on that. We have always had data about our online students. Every time they click a mouse or every time they don't click a mouse, we know. What we have done a poor job in until recently is really harvesting and learning from that data. And in fact, not only are we putting that system in place, we're putting some research potential around that system, which I'll talk about in a moment. We have hired instructional designers. We have hired technical support staff. We have hired a wide variety of specialized individuals who help make those students and their programs successful so that when they do graduate, they're successful members and proud members of the UT Arlington community, even though they may only have been to Arlington once. We've also changed as a campus our culture. This meant all of our processes had to be based on the assumption that the student was not going to be there. The student can be in any one of 50 states or 4 territories. It can be in any one of the 50 or so countries where we currently have students earning credit. And that forced us as an institution to think in new and different ways, and we've done that. We as an institution have come over that cultural change, and I think really support and grow those students and those programs in ways, but all of the future delivery and tools and ideas that we're going to talk about today, we're ready for. That infrastructure has been laid. We have also outsourced, quite honestly, those areas where we as universities didn't necessarily have strengths. Intensive marketing and outreach, particularly affiliate marketing, say in a hospital for our nursing programs, was not a strength of ours as a university. So we've leveraged several key partnerships, academic partnerships in Dallas being one that helps in particular with marketing and outreach. And Dean Mancini will talk a bit about their role here in the growth of our very large and very successful nursing programs. We also are partnering very strongly with Blackboard, not only for the basic learning management system that helps us to deliver to those students and give them a seamless, high-quality experience, but also make sure that when they have a need at 3 a.m. Texas time relative to advising or admissions or financial aid, that there is a voice on the other end of the phone with the data to help those students as they move through their programs. And it's really forced us as an institution to think about all that goes into student success, because now 13,000 of our students aren't here. They are not with me in Arlington, Texas. How do I get them all of the services that they could walk to a building on campus and get with exactly the same access as those learners who are here with us? Several minutes ago, Mr. Steen asked for a good news list. My slide here is what I use when I'm asked for the good news or the good work that our campus is working on at this point. For example, we've moved supplemental instruction and tutoring online in ways that students who are not with us can get those services just as easily as they can walking across campus. So that nursing student who's struggling with statistics, I struggled with statistics. My daughter is struggling with statistics. I could walk to a building on my undergraduate institution, find a tutor, pay a fee, get the help I needed to get through statistics. My daughter's doing that on the Texas Tech campus. Our online students can now do that as well with just the same speed and just the same quality. But once again, we look for the strength of consortium, and we actually joined the Western e-tutoring consortium so that we're part of a network of more than 100 institutions institutions that provides collaborative and pooled tutoring, which brings some of the efficiencies of that process to our learners. Lots of good news in the statistics. Our current, as I sit this morning, we have more than 11,000 distance ed learners at UTA. And in particular, I'm very proud of the fact that during the last calendar year, nearly 3,000 of our graduates, our graduation production, came from learners who were in completely online programs. I mentioned that research focus, and I've promised Dean Mancini I'll talk quickly so that nursing can be the majority of our focus. We looked at that predictive analytics. We looked at learning analytics and its promise, and also wanted to fold in our ability as a research university to be a thought leader in that area. So the newest institution in my area is what's known as the Link Research Lab, the Learning Innovation Network Knowledge Lab, and we have attracted the leading international researcher in the area of learning analytics, and are beginning to, as an institution, not only practice what we preach, but research what we preach, and are looking for ways to engage not only throughout the UT system, but the state in bringing that research thinking to what we're doing in some of these exciting areas as well. And lastly, I'd point out the last item on the slide, the Sarah National State Initiative. We have students in all 50 states, thanks to our very large nursing programs, 4 territories. How we interact with those states and emerging discussions on reciprocity are extremely interesting to us, and hopefully we'll be able to come back and visit that point. We've reached out for a distance, and we've found students at a distance. We need to be able to work with them where they live and as they grow as students in all of our states. With that, I will pass it over to Dean Mancini and let her talk a little bit about the case study specifically to our College of Nursing.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Based on everything you've already heard, that's the foundation of why we're doing what we're doing. Why do we need new and innovative ways for education? But I'm going to give you just a taste of why the College of Nursing decided it wanted to expand into innovative technologies to meet different, somewhat specific challenges to our discipline. Certainly the state, as no one knows better than you all, is closing the gaps. We wanted to increase access to nursing programs around the state. We know we're challenged by geographic dispersion, and we knew that the issue of degree completion, those who are going to go on from an associate degree to a baccalaureate degree, or those that start a program, being able to finish it. So the state has purposes that we all respond to and embrace. Our industry, the healthcare industry and the nursing profession in specifics, have some unique goals above and beyond access and degree completion. Those are set by the Institute of Medicine at the national level, where there's a target of 80% BSN prepared by 2020. Our hospitals, who are the employers of 80% of the nurses in the state, they really want to see that their practicing nurses who do not have a baccalaureate degree or higher have access to programs that they can deal with even though they're working full-time. So they were setting an expectation for us that we would create accessible and affordable programs that were clinically relevant, more than just changing the initials after a nurse's name, but changing how they practice. So our ability to partner with the industry is critical. And lastly, above and beyond what the state needs and what our industry needs, the university has some specific needs, though they want all of those things as well. It's important that we diversify our revenue streams and get into some ways that we can use professional education and also to establish a global presence. So we wanted to start and leverage the technologies and partnerships. You heard about academic partnerships. We were working with our hospital employers. We were working with our students. We said, how are we going to do things differently? We were doing it at a time where the state was trying to respond to this desire to have a rapid access to a $10,000 a year baccalaureate degree. How could we bring these all about? But it wasn't just about the numbers. It had to be about the quality. So our programs, I will tell you, that we're going to discuss, I need to tell you up front, are of exceedingly high quality because they were designed to do that. We actually were very honored a year and a half ago to receive a STAR Award for our RN to BSN program for helping us to close the gap. And so that was one metric of quality, and also those metrics that are unique to nursing education. So progression to graduation rates in our undergraduate and graduate programs are in excess of 90% for the RN to BSN program and the BSN program that I'll be talking about. Our first-time nursing licensure exam rates, very important if you're going to produce new nurses. Even though we've greatly expanded our number of students in our program, we still have more than a 90% first-time pass rate. In the graduate programs, the certifications that our nurse practitioners need to hold, more than 90%. We have to have accessibility. We realized that there was a lot of needs, underserved areas for education in the state. So our goal, we have been able to now, we have students across the state and beyond, as you hear other states. It needed to be affordable, and it needed to be highly scalable. So what are the program characteristics that we have? First of all, it starts with the design aspect of these programs. We hear a lot about online programs. Well, what they've basically done is taken videotapes, podcasts of what goes on in a classroom and moved it online. These are not successful programs. These are not programs that engage the students. What we wanted to do was really work with the people who know how to design courses. You heard Pete talk about some of those assets. To deal with graphic designers, to know how to bring the student engagement to a high level. And so we designed our courses specifically with that intent in mind. We knew with working professionals for our RN to BSN program that this needed to be something that they could take a course, then something was going to go on in their life. They might be working nights for a month. How were they going to have flexibility? We admit in our RN to BSN programs 8 times a year, and we're looking at moving to 12 times a year. That means a fundamental rethinking of all the infrastructure pieces within the university, but how we were able to do this effectively working together. And we sized the courses based on the kinds of things that the student needs to do. So 5, 8, or 11-week courses. We used, and you've heard about the benefit of academic coaches, we use doctorally prepared coaches. This is an important issue because we know there's a nursing faculty shortage in Texas and in other areas of the nation as well. And so we want to make sure that we may have 1,000 students in a course, it's broken down to actually groups of 25 to 30 students who are working with masters or doctorally prepared academic coaches who are making sure they are engaged so they're progressing to the completion of the course successfully. The other educational assets we have, we also thought about the fact that if we were going to spend the time and energy to produce a course or an educational asset, how would we use it besides for its primary intended purpose? So, for example, we've been able to take some of our content from our elective courses in patient safety and create a MOOC. Why would we want to create a MOOC? Well, the reason we wanted to create a MOOC was because we wanted to have a MOOC to degree option. A lot of nurses who are going back are 50-plus years old, and they need to test drive an online course before they'll even apply to an online program. So they were able to come into the MOOC, take the course. If you wanted to take the course for academic credit, you actually took a proctored final exam using video proctoring, making sure that they were able to do it. It was comparable to the assessment in the courses that are on campus. Once you enrolled in our program now, and what we heard from our students, they said, I never thought I could do this. I see now I could do this. They did it without having to put any money in to take that MOOC. Now at the end, they take the assessment, they apply to the course, and they're able to transfer that through a credit by exam function that's already existing, the notion of CLEP, if you will. They CLEP'd this course, and now they're able to get those credits and move forward into the program. We're also turning them into professional education materials because we know in health industry there's a great need for certification and specializations. So what has it been able to do? This is probably our best statistic, our RN to BSN enrollment. You'll see in 2008, 2009, we had 808 students. 2012, 2013, we had 8,200 students. We are the country's largest college of nursing in a public university. So what does this say about the quality of the program? It says that people are recognizing that you can have an accessible, affordable state tuition as opposed to a private tuition, private university's tuition. be able to come into a program and successfully progress to graduation. One of the big concerns, would there be a higher dropout rate because it was online as opposed to in the seat? We've actually do comparison studies between online and on-campus students, and we have a similar retention rate. So here are our BSN graduates from 123, you see us, to 2,100. And in 2012-2013, that 1,742 graduates represented 58% of all graduates from Texas schools in the RN to BSN program. We're predicting over 2,000 this year. Once we knew how to do it, when we were dealing with nurses who were already licensed, we were challenged by our partners in the state, the hospitals and employers, and they said, you've got this great content delivery system, it's changing how our nurses are working. Could you do this program to actually help us on site to be able to have more BSN? Now we had to deal with clinical competencies, very different than the cognitive expectations of the changes in the RN to BSN students. So we partnered. We were not able to more than double the size of our classrooms, the access on campus at Arlington. So we chose to partner. We actually partner with 22 hospitals across the state of Texas. We create cohorts of students in their geographic location. They receive the content through our online modular course content, and then we pay for, recruit, and identify and pay for faculty supervised clinical experiences, which is a little different than what other online programs do in the pre-licensure area, where they expect the student to find a mentor or someone to watch them, a preceptor there. We believe in the benefit of supervised clinical experiences. And because they are in intensive experiences as opposed to spread out over 14 to 15 weeks, we actually find there's a lot of people out there that hold the master's or doctorate in nursing and are interested in doing this work. So across how have we expanded our access to nursing programs in BSN pre-licensure? In spring of 2009, we had capacity for 200 students. Spring this year, 520. We do that through the 22 partner hospitals around Texas. We moved on into the master's program using the same approach. We moved in nursing education, critical need to be able to produce the next generation of nurses. We had 8 students enrolled in that program in fall of 2009. We have 115 in the online program now in 2014. Masters in Nursing Administration from 55 to 381. And just this January, we started a family nurse practitioner program, and we currently have 74 students enrolled in this. And this, of course, will help us meet the primary care needs in the citizens of Texas. We mentioned professional development, multi-purposing all of our educational assets. You've heard about the need for certificates, specializations, in this idea of badging. We do that both domestically and point here that it also is usable internationally. So we are using our education in Latin America, China, India, Jordan, and now Qatar. We're in discussions there. You mentioned serious gaming. Just to let you know, we do have a serious gaming initiative. My research team has $1 million grant from the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, partnered with the University of Texas at Dallas and Baylor Scott and White. And we have actually created a virtual environment where practicing surgeons and post-surgical nurses are learning how to communicate better with each other. And these are the types of things that actually can be embedded into our educational courses. Another one of our PIs on campus, Dr. Judy LaFleur, has a program that was supported by UT system funding looking at respiratory distress in infants and neonates, and it is an all-online virtual reality environment. And another example is the nursingap.com. So what I hope you will get from this very quickly spoken presentation from Dr. Smith and myself is that these notions are real here in Texas. At the University of Texas at Arlington, our commitment to innovative pedagogies was what we're talking about here. And I think it is through partnerships with all of the different programs. We have a partnership program with community colleges where the student, we call it the Pathways program, the students who are getting their associate degree actually sign up with University of Texas at Arlington, and before they leave their associate degree nursing program. They are already enrolled and starting to take courses at UT Arlington in the RN to BSN program. So we minimize those speed bumps. We work together to achieve the mission.
Dr. Johnson, I'm sure you and Ms. Becker have some remarks, and I apologize. We do have a very full agenda, and we're way over where the time frame we had scheduled. If you two could give us a quick summary of your remarks, I would certainly appreciate it. This is a tremendously important effort, and we don't want to belittle that at all, but we do have members that are going to try to catch a plane sometime this afternoon. So if you would go ahead, Dr. Johnson.
And we also have planes to catch,
I understand.
So we can relate to that. I would like to just start off by noting that both Ms. Becker and myself are graduates of Texas institutions. I started my career at Texas State, and what I'm hearing today makes me very, very proud to be a citizen of this state. And congratulations, all of you, for the tremendous work that you're doing. Our work is different. We look at the uptake of technology all over the world, and we do a report every year. We do many reports actually every year, but there are copies. I think all of you have one, and there are copies for the rest of the room in the entryway.
Doctor, quick question. What is New Media Consortium? Just a couple of sentences on it.
Is an association of hundreds of universities, mostly U.S., but also European, Latin American, some in Asia. And we also have museum members and some schools, and our focus is on the applications of technology to learning. We've been around for 21 years.
So you're a nonprofit, and you're supported by what membership?
Supported by member dues, corporate support, and grants.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're in our 21st year, based here in Austin. And so I'll get right into it. The report that we're going to summarize today is the most recent in a long series. We've been doing this research for over a dozen years. As I mentioned, it's a very globally focused project. It's been translated more than 50 times into a dozen different languages. And we have just signed an agreement with the European Union. They're going to translate our reports now into all 28 European languages. So it's a very global sort of thing. Just to give you a sense of how global our readership is, this is a snapshot of the downloads of this report the day that it was released. And this is just 1,000 of the downloads. And that day there were tens of thousands of downloads of this report. It's a readership across all of our Horizon reports of over 3 million people in about 175 countries. And the focus of the report is on three different things. We look at trends, we look at the challenges that universities face, and we look at interesting emerging technologies. Today I'm just going to talk about the model mostly. We're interested in understanding trends because we have come to realize that some trends, and MOOCs and virtual worlds were both mentioned, they're in the category of what we consider to be fast trends. And fast trends likely are not going to realize the initial promise that people think they will, because they don't have they're coming too fast, they're not having the time to be realized. The ones that we're mostly interested in are the ones that are coming on more inexorably. They're ever present. They're going to be around for a number of years. For example, the move to mobile, the impact of social media. Those are long-term trends where every year we see movement. Those are the kinds of things we're looking at. Primarily, our interest in these trends is because we're interested in policy, leadership, and practice implications of them. What are the things that need to be done in policy, leadership, and practice? Today, I want to talk to you about our view of the challenges that are in the report. I'm going to highlight a few of them. We have three categories, and the first illustrates the way we think about challenges. In our view, they have two important dimensions. One is that we understand what the challenge is. That is, know the dimensions of it and the boundaries of it. Once we understand it, then we can begin to really think about solutions. And for some challenges, we know the solutions as well. All we really lack is the will to do that, particularly when we're looking at these dimensions. That will is very important. So in the current report, we highlighted two of these that we think are challenges that are impeding the ability of universities all over the world to move forward with technology. And one is the low digital fluency of faculty. There's simply no training in this in really any discipline. People pick it up on their own. They become good at it because they're interested in it. And related to that, and one reason why there is a low digital fluency is there are rewards in the systems for it. We don't really reward teaching except at certain institutions, community colleges and some state colleges. But by and large, even there, the rewards for teaching are not really that strong. The second category of challenges that we look at, we understand them, but we don't know how to solve them yet. We're still looking at them. We're still trying to come up with answers. So they're a little further along. We've highlighted a couple of these, and I think they're really good ones. The first is that there are a lot of new models for education out there. MOOCs was one that came along recently, so it comes to mind, but we're also looking at the work that Kaplan and Phoenix and for-profit institutions are doing, the work that is coming out of corporations themselves, training their own workforces, certification programs. The value of a degree itself is declining, and part of it is because there are alternatives out there. We don't really know how to respond to that yet. And related to that is we have a lot of good ideas in higher education, but we're not very good at scaling them. And so we may find, really remarkable programs that are able to succeed, but sometimes they succeed because they have hero staff, hero leadership, and it's hard to move those into greater practice. So that's in the middle category. The final category is the toughest one of all. And these are challenges that really are so complex that we don't really understand them. We don't know where the boundaries are. The more we look at them, the more complex they seem to get. And therefore, we really don't have any kind of solutions for that. And in this category, we included these two. One was the notion of expanding access, which we've been talking about in my career ever since day one. So that's more than 35 years. We've been talking about expanding access to education. It's a tough problem, and it's got many dimensions, and we need to recognize that aspect of it. And then that's an old one. The second one is relatively new, which is how do we keep education relevant? We've heard a lot of good stuff today about the workforce and how to make it relevant by attaching it to jobs, and that's one way. But there are other important reasons we have an educational system as well, and how do we keep it relevant in just the other parts of people's lives is a piece of this as well. So let me give the floor over to my colleague Samantha, who will kind of tell you a little bit more about the community that follows this work and how you can learn more about it.
Certainly. Thank you, Larry. And again, it's an honor to be here as a proud product of the Texas higher education system myself. The topics that Larry mentioned, I think it's important to point out that the content was chosen in a collaborative manner. So in many ways, the writing of the report or the selection of the topics is a democratic process. So for every edition of the Horizon Report, including this one that you see here today, we convene a panel of experts across education. And in this edition in particular, there were 13 countries represented across 6 continents. And this is a mix of practitioners, administrators, policymakers, industry leaders, and people that come together to discuss important challenges, trends, and educational technology developments. And basically, when we talk about online learning and virtual collaborations and the sorts of skills that are useful in today and tomorrow's workforce, we like to really demonstrate that in our own process for the report. So all the report and the discussions to produce the report and the topics take place virtually, online, asynchronously, between this group of, I think this time around it was 55 experts. And they work in a wiki space to respond to prompts, examine the current research, and ultimately they define the content that you see here in the report. So our global panel of 55 experts actually defined the challenges that Larry spoke about as the most critical challenges for the next 5+ years. And the community that follows it is not only our member community, but as Larry mentioned, we're read in now more than 175 countries and approaching 3.6 million downloads. But what's really exciting, beyond being able to define the definitions in an approachable manner for people to more easily be able to have discussions about, my favorite part of the report as a lead writer and researcher are the projects that exemplify the topics in action. So when we're talking about challenges, we're optimistic because we see institutions, and a lot of those in Texas, who are already beginning to solve them. So, for example, Larry mentioned social media. I know Texas State University is doing some really exciting things around social media to capitalize on how students are already engaging with social media in their free time and bring that into the classroom by using tools like Facebook, Twitter, and other mediums as an informal discussion forum where people can connect with each other not just in class, but outside the classroom to continue their learning in manners that they're already interested in. When we're talking about the relative lack of teaching rewards, there's a lot of emphasis in universities on research in order, to gain rewards and recognition. But we have universities that are important to look at outside of Texas, even like Harvard University's graduate program. They have this huge online community where educators can get together and really engage in peer-to-peer learning about constructivist teaching approaches to influence their pedagogies. So informal learning communities, formal learning communities, ways for teachers and students to engage with each other and update their pedagogies and learn from each other is going to be key to solving a lot of these challenges. Are many times solutions are decided upon in discussions like in the room, like we are, what we're doing in the room today. So it's exciting work. We encourage anyone who's interested in participating in it to express interest in actually serving on one of these expert panels. And that can be done at go.nmc.org/horizon-nominate. And you can just email me at samantha@nmc.org if anyone's interested in serving on a panel. But we also encourage you to disseminate these reports in your various institutions and organizations to really spark important discussions about the uptake of important developments in technology and to frame discussions around scaling these trends in your own institution and solving these challenges, both nationally and internationally.
You can follow this hashtag if you're a Twitter user, which will connect you to a community of tens of thousands of people that follow and contribute to this work. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. It won't take much time. I know we're trying to move things along. So that today we were talking about innovative approaches to instructional delivery in Texas, and one that jumped out at me because I know how interested young people are in this is gamification. So we talked about these simulations, and Dr. Davis, you talked about, well, students, and they're enjoying doing something, and sometimes they don't even realize they're learning. And harking back to your Gartner's hype cycle, you're talking about gamification being at the peak of inflated expectations. But I do see, Dean Mancini, a real application in nursing. It seems like it would be a great area to develop this. And you mentioned it at the end of your presentation, but if I understood you, that the games or the simulations were coming from grants. And a question I have, is the private sector not interested in this?
In the healthcare sphere, there's a lot of interest in this idea of serious gaming. And it's not just the kind of gaming you're talking about when if you have a child or yourself do a handheld game while you're sitting in the airplane or something. The idea of gamification is that we build a quest, we build feedback, we make the environment engaging, so the use of simulated screen-based environments, and we make them important. So that idea would be when you're doing a game about resuscitation, you make it important to the person who's engaged in it. So absolutely, I think unfortunate use of the word game is that we think it's not an educational approach, an interactive, experiential, educational methodology. But that's what it is. And yes, private industry is supporting this. I think we're seeing more and more in the area of education because with the screen-based nature, it takes a student somewhat out of the classroom, helps to flip the classroom, one of the ways to do that, and it allows a student to access it anytime, anywhere.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Chairman, one more comment. You know, we've heard so much about these MOOCs. That's how you say it, right? And Dr. Davis, you mentioned that this was touted as a game changer, but your comment was it was already on the downslide. And not today, but another time, I'd like for you to come back and talk to us more about that. I am interested in where that's headed.
Very good. Thank you all for your insight, your work, and your input. The next item is the recognition of excellence. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. The Alamo College's Alamo Academies is an award-winning dual-credit STEM program. This program has been cited by National Journal as one of the top workforce innovations in our country. With us today are Gene Bowman, Executive Director of Alamo Academies, Jim Perschbach, I believe is correct?
Yes, sir.
The Alamo Area Academies Incorporated Board Chair, and Robert Zarate, Alamo Community College Trustee. Alamo College's Trustee. Chancellor Bruce Leslie had to be in Washington today, so he's not with us. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. Once I introduce, now I'm talking to a mic. Can you hear me now? Well, excellent. Well, I appreciate you allowing us to come in and talk about the Alamo Academy. So I promise you, once I go on the presentation, the three of us will be within our 15 minutes. But before I do that, I want to tell you, it's my honor to be able to introduce the folks that really make this work. I get to be the speaking head this morning, get to run the program, but you got to have a staff that does this great work, and this is a collaborative program. So we got great industry partners and great partners from the Alamo colleges, the school districts. So this morning, real briefly, I just want to highlight who we have here. Like I said, we have Jim Perschbach. He's our current board chair of the Alamo Area Academies Incorporated Board. Lawyer at Bracewell and Giuliani, a special counsel there. Everybody has to have a lawyer somewhere. You know how that goes. We're very honored to have, Mr. Zarate from the trustees from the Alamo colleges. In the back here, I'm going to ask him to stand up so you can at least see him so we can recognize him real quick. If everybody would stand up, please. So there we go. You have Mr. Gary Beitzel, another one of the trustees from the Alamo colleges. And starting on my left, we have Dr. Federico Zaragoza, Vice Chancellor of Economic Workforce Development. He's one of the original founders of this model way back in 2001. We got Charlotte and Klaus Weisworm. He's the past chair of the Academy Board. He's also the CEO and owner of ITM, a manufacturing company in shirts. We have Mr. John Dewey. He is a vice president of manufacturing ITM as well. He's the incoming chair-elect. Poor guy. He doesn't know what he's getting into. He was also the chair of the San Antonio Manufacturers Association. And back here behind them is my staff. Thank you. Mr. Terry Young, Troy Cattell, Laura Escamilla, Marville Nanez, and Lydia De La Vega. Those are the folks that do the work every day making this program so successful. And somewhere over here, yes, Mr. Jeff Dodson, a government relations from Boeing and one of our industry partners. And just like you folks, other than the commissioner, you do this voluntarily. All these folks do it as well. They're not paid, so they came here on their own, and that's what makes this program so successful. With that, that's not my 15 minutes. Now I'm going to start. So we're very excited. Somewhere is a button that I can go forward, and you see the slide up there, and we're very excited to be here to tell you about the program. I'm hoping this one goes forward. Yes, so here's what the Alamo Academies are. It's a great model, and what it basically equates to is economic development. We help companies expand. We help recruit new companies to our community in San Antonio, and the reason is because we're providing them, through this model, a college-educated, a career-ready talent coming out of high school. This competency-based learning you learned about this earlier presentation about 3 hours ago, where they just had this grant. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I guess it was only an hour ago. They had this grant started in 2013. We've been doing this since 2001 with no grants. This is truly a great community collaborative. This program is relevant and responsive, very successful. In the beginning, the challenge was when Kelly Air Force Base closed in San Antonio, and like a lot of communities, there's some crisis that comes in and the industry has to change or convert. We converted from the Department of Defense to commercial work. Lockheed and Boeing came in, and they needed to be able to replace a retiring workforce. It's that simple. And this is the same problem we have across the nation today in almost all of our industry clusters. They want to be able to transfer that knowledge and experience. How do you do that? How do you create a pipeline to make sure you don't lose that valuable, experienced workforce? But what they did is they walked across the street and they partnered with the Alamo colleges. Results were the Alamo Academies, a STEM base way back in 2001, before STEM became a sexy word to say every day, a STEM-based instructional model with industry, school. I get carried away sometimes, sorry, Commissioner. School districts, local communities, government entities. It is a great program providing high school youth with a tuition-free career path. It's marrying the needs of industry, and the reason we get an education, I'm a father of 4, I want all 4 of those kids to get an education so they can get a job. Absolutely, and get off my payroll and get on Boeing's or somebody like that. But it's meeting these industry needs and developing a high school to career pathways for these students. And here's the approach. Use an industry-driven program, industry at the table. You focus on dual credit, so again, it's tuition's free, and you award them a level 1 certificate from the Alamo colleges, and they get a year's worth of college before they graduate from high school. They walk the college stage before they graduate from high school. Way cool. Here's the benefits, 31 to 34 hours at no cost. The Alamo College's trustees graciously waive those tuition fees. They come in the college campus, to the college campus. That is very important. 2.5 hours a day. Industry provides the paid internships. These young men and women, as sophomores, that's our audience, are earning a $9,000 plus scholarship when you put in the tuition and fees, the transportation from the high school, the books the high schools provide, and the tuition and fees. Unbelievable and pretty amazing. It's also setting them up to continue their baccalaureate, wherever they want to go, maybe a master's, wherever they want to go. This is not an end. This is a jumpstart their careers, whatever pathway they want to go. And a lot of companies promote these young men and women earlier because they're getting these degrees, and they help reinforce this lifelong learning. It's just a simple concept. It's a pipeline. You got the academies, career-ready talent, meeting industry needs. It's all tied together. Results, nearly 1,000 graduates, 86% economically disadvantaged, 70% minority students. Our demographics exactly match San Antonio. And 67% of our graduates are Hispanics. And you think about that, 81% of that group is males. Male Hispanics graduating from high school, first success, with college credit, level 1 certificate, second success, with work experience. No losers. Here's the impact, a lot of good news there. People continuing higher ed, getting jobs, a lot of certificates. Model is replicable. We want to thank you for honoring us back in 2002 with the Star Award. That kind of set the rocket on fire. And since then, we've had a lot of nice local and national recognition. 2012, our IT kids, Information and Technology Security Academy kids, they won the national championship for Cyber Patriot. 4 years in a row, we sent a team to the national finals. We've only won once. That's kind of depressing, 1 out of 4. But at least we went there 4 years in a row. We've had a lot of folks recognize the program, and we're very excited about that. This is what makes it work. Community collaboration. We have success for everybody, but especially those that are economically disadvantaged. It's just a great program, and it's very replicable. And here's the bottom line. You're bringing tax-paying, solid citizens to your community, and they're ready right out of high school. When they do that paid internship between their junior, senior summer with their industry partners, they have to be at work 5:45, 6 o'clock. If the industry partners say you have to do a drug screening, they have to do a drug screening. We're telling 15-year-olds, you're going to do a drug screening before you go to work between your junior, senior summer. That's getting people on the straight and narrow, and all the soft skills they learn from these industry partners. It's a great collaboration, and that's all I have to say. I next turn over to my industry board chair, Mr. Perschbach.
Well, thank you so much, Gene. Thank you so much, folks,
only have 15 minutes.
for inviting us here today. It's both a pleasure and a privilege to have to supervise Gene in this program, as you can see. as Gene mentioned, my day job is being an attorney, and I have the pleasure for many years of representing primarily the aerospace industry and a lot of manufacturers. And when the aerospace industry stood up this program back in 2002, it was to meet what was perceived as a crisis. When Kelly Air Force Base was shut down in San Antonio, there was a perception, not entirely accurate, but perception is reality, that the San Antonio workforce was the worst in the entire Air Force arsenal. We didn't think it was true, but it was the perception. And the program was put together to make sure that we could address that need, to make sure that the workforce that we would have there in San Antonio was among the best in the world. And you flash forward a few years, and I'm glad that Jeff is here today. When the Boeing company was looking for a place to bring their 787s and the 747-8s, which are the most advanced passenger aircraft and freight aircraft in the world, they could have put them anywhere within their empire. They're a global company. And they looked at the San Antonio operation and they said that workforce is among the best that we have within the entire Boeing company. And so they brought those programs to San Antonio. And what was a major source of pride for me, and I know it was a source of pride for Jeff and the folks at Boeing as well, when the 747 flew down here, when the first 747 came down, it came down with a young man who graduated this program and was now a frontline manager on the 747. Yep. And he was teaching the folks that we had, our new students, how to work on those aircraft. It is a program that is replicable. It is a program that we are seeing expand. We are very happy that the Holt Caterpillar folks and the folks from the heavy equipment industries in San Antonio approached us early last year, and said we'd like to start this program up. We'd like to see that we have people who are trained on the next generation of heavy equipment, the manufacturing, the overhaul, and the maintenance of this type of equipment. And we will start that program in September?
This fall.
Yeah,
August.
We've already got 22 students. And every one of those 22 students that's entering the program this fall will have an internship next summer with one of the heavy equipment academies. Paid internship. When we look out there, I was so happy to see the program before us because this model is something that we think can be done statewide and should be done statewide. The industry involvement is what provides the specialty. Call it a major if you want to think about colleges, call it a specialization. But the core of it is what is so important. When I talk to my clients, when I talk to industries across the country, what they say to me is we want somebody who's moldable. We don't expect a graduate of this program to be a 10-year journeyman. We expect a graduate of this program to be able to do math, to be able to read, to be able to communicate, and to have the soft skills that's necessary to succeed in the program. We can provide, and we want to provide, that specialty training. And that really is what I'm so proud and what I'm so pleased with the Alamo colleges, is they take their instructors and they second their instructors over to industry so that the instructors get to see what is actually going on with the companies, what is actually going on with the employers. And when they go back and they teach those students, they are teaching those students the skill sets that are in demand today with Boeing, with Lockheed Martin, with Holt Cat. And it really is just an absolutely fantastic model. Don't want to use too much time. As a lawyer, I do love to speak, but I really appreciate the opportunity to come up here. Gene is absolutely right. The folks in the colleges, the folks in the staff are the ones that deserve the credit, but I'm absolutely thrilled that you've invited us up here today. Thank you so much.
I'm going to try to give a different perspective in terms of governance. I'm obviously on the board at the colleges, but I can tell you it is a pleasure and a privilege every fall to approve the MOU between ourselves, the city, and the board, because it is a truly collaborative effort in our city. If you look at our workforce model from our colleges, we're trying to be responsive to the economic drivers in our community, and the academies are all targeted in that direction. We also have another concern in our system in that we're primarily Hispanic. We have a male population that's Hispanic and black that's not doing very well in terms of retention and also job attainment and so on. And so when we deliberate as a board, we look at how can we maximize the economic impact we have in our community, but also get as many of our young people involved in the community and have them be successful. There's no greater model than the Alamo Academies. If you look nationally, and the commissioner will say yes on this, Hispanic males are not attaining at a very good rate, about 28%, I think, in terms of completion. The academies are 84%. And most of the students that we have gone on to get their associates. They have gone on and gotten their baccalaureates. If you look at when we went to the Bellwether Awards celebration in Orlando, where we were recognized, we took some students with us. One young lady, for example, was from Medicine High School in San Antonio, deep inner city, was wandering around the halls, wanted to know what this program was about, got involved, got trained. She became a mechanic. You have a picture of her standing in the middle of this big, giant jet turbine. She now is I think, contract manager for Lockheed Martin, and is making a six-figure salary probably, and she's only like about 26. There's another young man, same age. He's also now in their accounting division. He's also 26, and he's just is real happy with his retirement account, and he's had one since he was 18. And again, the salient point here, as again in being in governance, is what is the return on investment? If you decide to get involved in the program, what is the return? The return is invaluable, not only to the parents and the student, but also to our community. When students come out of the program, they have no tuition debt of any kind. They have received scholarships, and they will get more scholarships because they're a proven product. They're working and they're providing our community with the kind of workforce that we need in San Antonio. But also, if you look at the return on the industry, for example, Lockheed, basically their pipeline is the academies, nothing else. Their training costs have been diminished. Their recruitment costs have been diminished. So they're profiting tremendously from that. Also, if you talk to Toyota, one of their biggest concerns is the soft skills, not being able to train the new workers into the kind of culture that they want in their industry or in their manufacturing plant. They're doing that through the academy that's there, the Manufacturing Academy. So, again, we're celebrating Fiesta this week in San Antonio, and this is our celebration with you today in terms of something that's really genuine and productive, sustainable, and exciting in San Antonio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you all leave, I, of course, have known about the Alamo Academies for some time, but with your permission, I'd like to call whomever you designate, because I'd like to make a personal visit down there and look at the program so that we can do what's already been mentioned by a couple of board members this morning. We know enough about the program that we can promote it sensibly, and we can talk to other two-year institutions about replicating this program in their part of the state.
Absolutely, Commissioner Paredes. I'll work with your staff, and we'll get you and the board members that want to come down there at your convenience. We'll make sure we get that scheduled, okay?
And that's what I'd like to echo is I'm sure there are board members that would, I know I would, for one, really appreciate the opportunity to come down there and see that. I did have one real quick question because
we have an answer.
I just learned about what they're doing up in the Round Rock Independent School District with their academies. And so my question real quick is about San Antonio Independent School District. How's that meshing with, from a district-wide standpoint as far as different schools? How's that relationship work?
It works excellent. In San Antonio, every school district in the San Antonio region that come under the Alamo College's service area participate in this program. Every high school. So the team that went in 2012 and won the national championship in the Cyber Patriot, our Information Technology Security Academy students, those 6 kids, that was 5 different school districts, 6 different high schools. That is a true magnet program, and there was no additional brick and mortar because we're using facilities already there in our community. That's what community collaboration is so exciting about. So we have students from every school. We go out and recruit at all the high schools. It's part of the MOA and the partnership we have.
I don't know of a community in the state that wouldn't love to have a duplicate of this program. So,
they should.
Yeah.
I particularly like the paid internship, and I'd love the way you underscored paid a couple of times because I hate unpaid internships.
I hate them too. My daughter was a pharmacist. A year unpaid internship. That's ridiculous.
I really hate it.
The next step is not only the paid internship, but to give academic credit for it, for the work.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, that is a key part of this. If it wasn't for the paid internship, and it relates in two ways. One, yes, it attracts the students and keeps them engaged, but it's also the investment from the business partners. I think that's important, that they see the value and to see it as important to them to the point that they will invest.
One keynote, I want to close on this part, is these students that graduate from this program, they're already halfway toward an associate applied science degree. So they're earning certificates, level 1 certificate, industry certificates, and no cost. They come back to Alamo colleges because they're already halfway there. The industry partners are all these scholarships or opportunities out there as well, financial aid. They're investing in these students. So these young men, we were talking about, like Annette, 2 associates, an undergraduate, almost 2 masters. Lily, 2 associates, an undergraduate. Adam has his undergraduate. No college debt because our industry partners, the Alamo academies and the Alamo colleges, they're working their way through that. Stackable credentials, getting those certificates, those degrees. In a collaborative mode, no college debt. That's amazing. Father of 4, that's outstanding. Money in my pocket. Any other questions we might help answer?
Anything else? Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Glad to host you. Hope you come down.
Look forward to it.
We'll work there with your staff.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 6. As you know, the Coordinating Board's Sunset Bill, Senate Bill 215, requires the board to engage in negotiated rulemaking on certain matters. Negotiating rulemaking is a consensus-based process to help agencies develop rules in collaboration with stakeholders who have shared interest. Today, we have proposed rules that have gone through the negotiated rulemaking process relating to the allocation methodology for the Texas College Work-Study Program. Arturo Alonso, Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, will explain the rules. Good morning, Arturo.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think you've already said it all. I'm not sure I can add to that. The negotiated rulemaking process for the allocation of work study was commenced back in November, and it was finished, I believe, in February. It brought together the stakeholders, including a representative of the coordinating board. They went through the process. They identified the methodology. They identified and agreed on the data that would be used to make the allocations. They also, and this is, you'll see this component in most of our, if not all of our negotiating rulemaking related to allocation of funds, provided for a 10-day review period, which I think is great because it uses their data and it allows them to go back to have a chance to examine the data that they submitted and that we're using to make sure that we're in sync. So in summary, the negotiated rulemaking process is working the way it's supposed to be working. They reached consensus. This rule, after consensus was reached, was posted for the requisite 30-day comment period on the Texas Register. We received no comments, and we recommend adoption of this rule.
So move.
Any further discussion?
Doctor, who was the member of the coordinating board that participated in this?
Mr. Dan Weaver.
Any other questions? No further discussion. Is there a motion to approve? Did I already have that? I'm sorry. Excuse me. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is 7, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Bobby Jenkins. Bobby?
Thank you, Chairman Hahn. We have quite a few topics to discuss today and some very interesting and important information to present to you. Agenda item 7B is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, and to my knowledge, we have no one signed up to testify, so we'll go on to the next item, which is item 7C, which is an update on the Rand Community College's baccalaureate study in addressing the state's projected workforce needs for training and education, Senate Bill 414 and House Bill 1296 in the 83rd Texas Legislature regular session. We have with us today Charles Goldman from the Rand Corporation, who will provide an update on the progress of both of those studies. Charles, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was pleased to be with most of you a month ago at the committee meeting, and we had, those of you who were here, we had, I think, quite an extensive discussion of the issues, and I know that you've already spent quite a lot of time on other agenda items, so I'm going to go extremely quickly with a very high-level summary, and then you should just feel free to ask questions or discuss anything you want, and when you've had enough of me, then I will sit down. So you know we're conducting these two studies, this one on community college baccalaureates and one that I'm going to be talking to you about in the future about workforce modeling more generally. The objectives are to develop a process to look at the regional and statewide workforce needs in nursing and applied sciences and to figure out whether you all want to authorize community colleges to be a provider of baccalaureates in those areas. I won't spend a lot of time on any of this. We're using a variety of methods, which I talked to you about. We visited 4 regions of the state. We spoke to over 300 individuals in the course of data collection. And so we think we've got a lot of information. But of course, that doesn't represent every possible view of the subject. So what we found is we looked at nursing, and then we looked at 4 areas of applied science specifically within the study because we couldn't cover every possible area. So nursing, we found there's a lot of demand for nursing. There's a big push to get more bachelor's degrees in nursing, but there also is a rapidly expanding supply, and in particular at UT Arlington, they've got an online RN to BSN program that's enrolling thousands of Texans. And so while there's a lot of demand, there's also a lot of supply, and it's not really that clear what's the best policy in terms of expansion. Furthermore, in nursing, there are key constraints in finding graduate degree qualified faculty for nursing and finding clinical placements. So again, there may be some shortages, but there's a question about what's the best way to address them. We looked at applied computer and information technology fields, and we found very strong demand, highly concentrated in urban areas, and a limited supply. And there definitely appears like there's a real need for more programs that focus on applied computer and IT skills. Technical supervisors is a kind of a small niche market, but employers tell us it's very important to have a pathway for technical workers who often start their career with a 2-year degree to progress to a bachelor's so they can do supervision and team leadership. These are very geographically concentrated. They're often tied to one large employer or to a cluster of a particular industry. And so that might make sense for some very specific programs. Fire sciences is another field we studied, and the story is exactly the same as in technical supervisors. So fire departments told us they want firefighters to earn a bachelor's degree when they're ready to move up into a supervisory position. Again, it's a kind of a niche market. Unlike the technical supervisors, it's not concentrated in any geographic area. It's spread all across the state. So program might make sense here, but it probably has to be an online program so that everybody in the state who needs it can have equal access. We also looked at health information technology. You probably know there's a big change going on in the computerization of health records, and so the question was asked, does that mean we should have bachelor's degrees in this field? And what we found is there really isn't a need for bachelor's degrees in this discipline. There is actually a need for students to earn bachelor's degrees in more foundational disciplines like nursing, like information technology, and then eventually progress to master's degrees, but we don't see a need for a health information bachelor's degree. You may remember community colleges offer some advantages in potentially meeting these workforce needs. So community colleges are very aligned with the workforce. They're good at pulling in a population of students that may not access higher education through universities. And they're kind of good at the applied education. But there are also some concerns. Community colleges will have to upgrade their accreditation from SACS Level 1 to Level 2. They'll have to have at least 25% of the courses in the major field taught by doctoral or terminal degree faculty. Some community colleges already have quite a number of those people, but some don't, and so that's going to pose some challenges. There's a lot of concern expressed about mission creep. Community colleges were created to serve an open access academic and workforce development mission, and is pushing them up to this bachelor's level going to distract them from attention to that core mission and potentially take resources away from it. We heard a lot of concern about unproductive competition and duplication. So if universities are doing something, they're concerned about community colleges doing something that might overlap with it. And there's also a fair amount of concern, particularly from universities, that authorizing the community colleges to move in this direction is going to result in watering down the meaning of a bachelor's degree in the state of Texas. So we did find that despite the fact that community colleges and universities broadly disagree on whether this would be a good idea, they did agree on 6 basic principles. So, meeting the workforce need should be the priority. There should be benefits for both the state and the students. And that if you impose limiting policies, those limits should be clearly connected to maximizing the benefits that are available and limiting the concerns that arise. The policies should support partnerships, which exist and should be supported. You should consider cost, and that whatever policies are adopted should be communicated clearly and should be applied fairly and transparently. You've got 3 broad options. You can continue the status quo, and that means you should really focus on encouraging partnerships between community colleges and universities. You could allow community colleges to propose bachelor's programs, but don't place any other specific requirements. You would still, you would still have many requirements even without imposing specific ones, because all the community colleges that would do this would have to pass SACS accreditation, so they'd have to meet all of those standards, and you would still have the coordinating board's degree program approval process, which would give you the opportunity to validate every individual proposal. You might, however, choose to impose some particular limitations, and you've got a set of limitations that you can choose from. You can limit provision in a statewide way, for instance, certain types of fields. You can limit provision regionally. For instance, one policy you might want to adopt is if a need is identified, give universities a window of time to make a proposal to meet that need before community colleges can make their proposals. You might require planning or monitoring restrictions. For instance, some people suggested you could require community college baccalaureate programs to seek national accreditation, so you had extra evidence that they had quality. That does impose costs and constraints, so you need to balance that. You could also potentially roll out the policy more gradually. Currently, there are 3 colleges that have been authorized for the past 10 years. Instead of just opening it up more generally, you could say, well, let's add another so many colleges and then have a checkpoint in a few years where we assess how things are going and then expand further. Washington State did that, and the stakeholders we talked to were very satisfied with that process. Finally, you could look at the financing. Right now, the coordinating board is reimbursing community colleges' upper division classes at the same formula funding rate that state universities get. You could certainly continue that policy, but you could potentially make adjustments, and those adjustments might change the incentives that the community colleges have to propose programs. All the options involve very complicated trade-offs, and you probably remember, those of you who were here a month ago, I spent quite a bit of time talking about those trade-offs. You have a copy of our draft report that explains those. I won't belabor them here. We also identified some useful supporting activities that we recommend you pursue. There's quite a bit of confusion about applied degree types in Texas generally. I didn't talk about it a lot here, but we recommend that you clarify what the different degree types mean and how they're used to provide better information to the institutions, the students, and the employers. If you decide to authorize community colleges to offer baccalaureates, there are a number of supporting activities. Be clear about what fields of study, if there are limitations. Continue to use the existing process. All the stakeholders that we talked to said the process is perfectly well suited to making these decisions. They didn't recommend any change in the program approval process. There may be areas where you want to coordinate instead of just waiting for proposals. Like I mentioned in fire science, it looks like there might be a need for one, maybe two programs. So rather than just wait for one college to propose it, you might identify that, put out a call, and have a kind of a competitive process. You say, let's get everybody who's interested, review all the proposals side by side, and approve the one or maybe two that look like they can meet the need the best. Finally, there's a need for more data. I would lose my license as a researcher if I didn't say that. But it is true in this field. In particular, we don't have a lot of detailed information about what community colleges, what it costs them to deliver these programs. There were a lot of allegations about who costs more or less and so forth, and so it would be a very good idea to try to resolve that. It doesn't necessarily have to be resolved before you make the policy decision, but it ought to be resolved at least over time. So finally, you've got, as I said, this is a growing trend. There are now about 18 states that are doing this. You've got experience in Texas. There are benefits, but there are also concerns. And frankly, it's not an easy policy choice because any policy decision you make is going to kind of place value on some interests and not on other interests. And I recognize that that's a particular challenge for your board. The next steps are, we've given you a draft report, which I think you've got electronically, maybe in hard copy. And if you have no immediate requirements, our intention is that you'd authorize that to be released for public comment. We'll give the public a comment period. We are going to also have, as we do on all RAND products, an independent technical review. So we will revise the report in response to the technical review and the public comments. At the June committee meeting, the committee suggested that we bring stakeholder panels to speak directly to the committee to represent the different points of view. So following today's meeting, we're going to start quietly discussing with people that we've talked to about whether they're willing to come publicly and speak. And so we're intending to convene those panels. And then by the July board meeting, we expect everything to be finalized, and then it'll be just for you to make whatever decisions or recommendations you want to make, and then forward the report to the legislature. And I've summarized the key dates here. So, are there any questions or discussion?
Chairman. So I was wondering about information from private schools. Were you able to obtain any? I did an informal survey with nurses to see where they were enrolled, and none of them were enrolled in public schools for their RN to BSN programs. They were all using online private schools. My question is the comparison in costs. Why would so many nurses do a school from Virginia to get their BSN instead of enrolling at, Stephenville or, So did you look at any of those things?
So we did get data on the institutions that are covered, that are basically authorized to operate in Texas. So that include Western Governors, University of Phoenix, and the numbers are included in the report for those. But we didn't obtain data on institutions that operate purely outside the state and that students may enroll in as individuals.
So since I frustratingly haven't had a chance to read the report, did you compare cost?
For those programs, no, we did not. We did not look at the costs of those.
Thank you.
Mr. Goldman, so this is a study. Do you end up do you end up making recommendations in this document, or is it just a study to turn over?
RAND was contracted to actually lay out all the different policy implications for the board to then make whatever recommendations. SB 414 doesn't really say that we have to make a recommendation. It says we need to lay out the policy and
ma'am, could you identify yourself just for the record?
I'm Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability. And so that is the plan, is we'll bring forward all the policy implications along with the comments.
This study will be brought to us, and then this board will make what?
So you can either make recommendations. SB 414 does not require recommendations to be made, so y'all can either, if there's something you feel very strongly about, you can make that as a recommendation, but the policy implications will go forward to the legislature.
Thank you. And Mr. Goldman, you mentioned about releasing the draft report for public comment, and I'd ask the chairman, does that require board action to do that?
Well, that's what I was going to ask Susan. That's what Charles had asked, and so
you don't have to make. We would like for you to say yes,
to
release it. It's ready. What we wanted to do is make sure y'all didn't have any strong comments one way or another on the report.
Chairman, I'll make the motion to do that.
Okay.
I need a second to release the draft for public comment. Is a motion made? Any discussion? David?
Yeah, I'm looking at your slide set number 22, and you had 6 guiding principles that stakeholders agreed on. And going back to the whole issue, it says policy decisions should consider costs, and that the state and the students should realize benefits. And my question is was the purpose of your study to not look at costs? Because I think that is a huge concern. I'm echoing what Janelle said. And to be quite honest, I'm wondering if we're premature in releasing the report if we are going to ask you to include costs. That maybe we should delay releasing the report until we can examine that. And I would really like us to focus on that slide 22 and your recommendations and your research on how each of those 6 guiding principles could be met, because I would agree as a stakeholder that those are good 6 guiding principles. And oftentimes when we have guiding principles that we all agree on at the beginning, it makes the actual decision at the end a lot easier. And so I guess I'm asking the commissioner or staff, is that something that was outside of the scope of what we asked RAND to study, or is it something that we could have them go back and include?
We did study cost to a limited extent. When I answered Ms. Shepard's comment, I was specifically addressing the question about out of state. What we did look at, and we have it in the report in Chapter 7, I actually deleted that section of today's briefing just for time because it's complicated to go through. But we did last month. We talked about costs, and what we have done since the meeting. We had quite a bit of discussion about costs. Since the meeting, we looked at the cost experience. We asked the 3 existing community colleges in Texas that are authorized to give us cost and revenue data, and Gary Johnstone's following up with them to get more. 2 of the 3 of them supplied us with that data so far. And we looked at that data and we concluded from it that the two that provided us the data have been able to cover the costs of upgrading their accreditation and offering these programs from the sources of revenue that they received, which are state appropriations and student tuition. Okay, and so what that told us was that each of the three received a one-time appropriation of $1.2 million from the state for startup costs. That was spread over 3 years. And the institutions basically provided us data that strongly suggested that that $1.2 million was adequate to cover their startup costs, and that in a rough manner, about half of it you could think of as general startup costs for the whole institution upgrading its accreditation, and about half of it as the program-specific startup costs that you'd have anytime you start up a program. The institutions get currently about $80 per semester credit hour in formula funding. That, for instance, compares to about $5 a credit hour that they get for lower division courses. They get their regular tuition, and then they all charge an upper division supplement, which is typically, so they charge something like around $70 a credit hour for lower division, and they charge another $60 a credit hour for upper division. So between $70 regular tuition, $60 tuition differential, and $80 state reimbursement, looks like they can cover their costs. They did not supply us with data on the indirect costs of general administration and facilities, and we know, and I think it's Brazosport, has undertaken a capital project to build facilities. So what it looks like to us is that those annual state and student funding seem to be pretty sufficient to cover the operating costs, but there may be some facilities and general administration costs that are basically being borne by the local taxpayers. And so then it's a kind of a question about, are you all satisfied with that arrangement? Are they satisfied with that arrangement? So one of the points we do make in the report is, if you decide to lower the state reimbursement rate in the future, for instance, if you expand community colleges, say, well, maybe instead of $80, we're going to authorize a lower amount, or we're going to do a community college baccalaureate cost study and link the formula funding or the funding rate to the cost study, that could cause the institutions either to raise the tuition supplement that they charge students, or to have to go to their local sources and say, well, we really need to subsidize this program with local sources. So that's kind of the analysis that we've done.
And so you brought up the Brazosport example. There's really not a four-year alternate institution that's doing that. It's something unique, so we really can't be comparative. How much does it cost to provide that education in a current four-year institution as opposed to the two-year college providing that? Is that correct?
Well, I think what we tried to do in the report was to try to compare the costs. So we know that the universities don't get local funding. So we know that the universities are covering their costs from the roughly $80 a credit in state reimbursement plus their student tuition. And their student tuition is between 50% higher to double what the community colleges are charging for upper division. So we know that, there's a kind of a general sense that both institutions are able to cover their costs. The difference is that in the university funding world, if they have capital needs, they're going to come to you, whereas the community colleges are typically going to go to their local community for those needs.
Now, let me confirm what you just said. The community colleges are not charging university tuition prices for these baccalaureate courses?
That's right. They're charging an amount that's somewhere between half and 2/3 of the typical university tuition.
So in your interviews with community colleges about future programs, were they committing to that level of tuition?
Yes, they all said that if they offered these programs, they would want to charge lower student tuition than the universities because they saw lower price to the student as a key means of expanding access.
So my last question, community colleges have an open enrollment. For those students wanting to finish with a baccalaureate, would they have a grade point average to enter the program? For instance, a 2.5 to get into the upper level, or would it still be just open enrollment?
The existing programs have grade point averages, and we would expect that to continue. Furthermore, some, but not all, of the existing programs are actually competitive admission, even with the minimum standards. And some of the community colleges told us that they can't commit to a baccalaureate program of flexible and unlimited size. They really, because it is a very specialized program that takes a lot of resources, they have to plan it for a certain size. And they said, if we plan it for a size and that's the number of qualified students that come, that's fine. But if more qualified students come than we have capacity for, we're going to have a mechanism to allocate that. It could be a competitive process, or it could be first come, first serve, and just say, well, we'll take applications until the seats are filled, and then you have to come back next year.
Chairman.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, we were talking about formula funding and what we approve or what we don't. I believe, and Susan, you can clarify this, but the formula funding is a legislative process.
It is, and it's
not,
also an allocation. It's not a budgeting.
Right.
So they get the money, and then they can spend their money however they deem appropriate.
Okay.
But I think there is scope for policy in establishing the funding rates for upper division at community colleges, because I don't think that issue has sort of been fully considered because there were only 3 colleges right now.
That was set in the legislation.
Okay,
that they would get the funding, or in one of the appropriations bill.
Okay.
But they would get the funding at the same rate as the upper level for the universities.
But I would recommend that if you all decide to go forward with some package of recommendations, I would recommend that you address that in your recommendations. You might say, okay, let's continue that policy, but I don't think it should be done just by default. I think it should be a deliberate decision. And the consequence is, if you were to cut the state reimbursement to the community colleges, it would probably limit the number of community colleges that want to offer these programs, and it would probably put upward pressure on their tuition rate for upper division. So even though all the colleges told us we want to offer a less expensive tuition than the state university, they may not be able to do that if you cut the reimbursement rate from its current level to some lower level. If you take $20, let's say, off the credit hour reimbursement rate, seemed to me pretty plausible that they will increase the tuition supplement by $20 to make that up. And they can increase that, for instance, by $20 and still be below the state university rate. But at some point, they will have to put it up to the point where they're just equalizing. And interestingly, we talked about last time, Washington State requires the community colleges to charge the university tuition level for upper division, and they did that because they did not actually want the community colleges to compete for students on price. They wanted them to compete for students only on the program offering, that they offered something that you couldn't get at the university. Well, here in Texas, you might make different choices.
Mr. Jenkins, so you've got a motion to release the draft report from public comment in a second, and then you had Dr. Tuscher bring up this issue of cost, and maybe that requires further looking into. But there is a concern, I think, because we're on a timeline, right, within August 2014?
August 1.
And what's been brought to my attention is we really don't, this does not necessitate a motion or a second to release it. It's a no action item. It's going to be released. This is our opportunity to give input before it's released, and then it'll be the next step, and it'll come back to the committee in June. So I don't know how we exactly handle.
I just withdraw my motion. You withdraw your second. We're fine.
Great, thanks.
Okay. And we will, this is a time for comment.
Right.
And we wanted to get your input, and it will go out to all the institutions. We've got an email ready to go out. It will go out to everybody so that they can look at it, provide us comments by May 15th so that RAND has time to redo and take any of those comments into consideration.
And those comments will be presented in June to the committee in addition to the panel, we hope?
Yes.
Yes. One of the things that what we've decided, I think we should make this clear, is we've proposed that stakeholders send me their comments, and that RAND will provide the committee and the board with a summary of all the comments received, but not with individual attribution. So we won't turn over by name comments, but we give you a summary of all the comments that were made and the content of them.
Can you put the names of people on the comments?
People feel freer to express their true opinion when you are not going to attribute it to their name.
Just a personal comment. I think if someone's going to comment on it, that they ought to go on record to see who they are.
Well, we could do it that way. That's why I raised it. So the alternative would be, if you want the comments to be public and attributed, then my preference would be that we have the comments sent to the coordinating board staff, who will then turn them over to us, but that way they'll be with the coordinating board and as a kind of public matter.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Bobby, could I suggest that we yield to the commissioner and his judgment in terms of how that should be handled? Is that agreeable? I mean, that's just my suggestion.
Yeah. Anybody else have any strong opinion on that? David?
I could see how you could have it both ways. Right. I think you just ask the people, can we assign this as your opinion? Because I think there's opportunity to then go back to that individual if there's a question raised and gain further information. If somebody truly wants to be anonymous, allow them to send RAND an anonymous comment.
So it's an optional feature if they want.
I think it's optional. And then all the anonymous comments will be in one section, and we'll be able to evaluate whether we want an anonymous comment to have equal weight to somebody who has an attributed comment.
John, does that accomplish kind of what you're asking about?
I'm just a believer if someone wants to comment on something that they ought to go on record as to who they are. I don't know about this idea of inviting anonymous comments and whether that's a good thing, but I agree we can. What's your thought on it, Commissioner?
I think we should follow the process that Charles recommended. I think people will be more likely to express their points of view if they know that they have protection. There's some very sensitive issues that that the two sectors, universities and community colleges, would not want to be attributed to them. If a university faculty member says, I wonder about the quality of community college rigor in baccalaureate programs, it's something we should know about, but I can understand why they might want to protect their identity. So I would propose that we follow the RAND recommendation.
Sorry. One of the comments you may know that we had, I didn't mention this specifically, but we've given 2 webinars for the stakeholders, and after the first one we invited comments according to a very short survey form, and we told people those would be anonymous. So we got 10 comments. One of the comments we got was from a community college president who said, I really think this is not the right mission for community colleges, that we have a mission which is to serve open access, and we should focus on that mission. Now, I don't know whether that person is willing to speak in public as a president of a community college, knowing that there are presidents of colleges who are very keen to get this authority. In fact, we've been asked to put together panels of stakeholders. So in June, the committee is going to hear from maybe 8 to 10 stakeholders, and one of the things we're trying to do is to talk to people like that who have kind of contrary opinions, to quietly find out, are you willing to come in public and say that? And many of them, might say, no, I really don't want to be in those political crosshairs.
So I would like to make some general comments, if I'm allowed. This morning we heard very interesting presentations from Dr. Davis and others concerning the one of the slides was mastery, not the seat time model, and the Texas Affordable Degree Program. And at the same time, we heard about the cost of the new 2 startup programs at one in the southeast and one northeast institutions that are able to provide degrees between $5,000 to $14,000. We also heard a very interesting model in the nursing college where they are able to admit 8 times or 12 times they're going to get to that model. These are very interesting kind of ways of educating, learning, and teaching. What would happen, and Mr. Chairman, if we are either allowed to suggest or require, or through the guidelines that are here, that we are able to give it to them, since these are all the startups, really. This would be the first time these institutions are coming into this model of providing these degrees. Wouldn't it be nice if we are able to institute the new ways of what we are talking in terms of teaching and admission and the modeling, rather than the old ways, and say this is the way of the startups if you want to get in, and this is how we are going to teach? Is there a kind of a possibility or a way that we can impose or require or suggest? That's how it needs to be, the new ways. If you want to start a program, this is how you're going to teach, and this is how kids are going to learn.
We already are beginning to do things of that type. For example, recently we've been looking at proposals for graduate programs, particularly doctoral programs. And some of the proposals have included a stipulation that you have to complete a certain number of hours before you can be considered for qualifying exams to be advanced to candidacy for the degree. And we've been suggesting to institutions that they take a look at moving from a required number of hours to be taken for the program to competency-based. In other words, instead of saying that you have to take 45 hours of coursework before you can take your qualifying exams for a PhD, we're saying, why not do it on the basis of competency? Give the students the rigorous qualifying exams, but don't require that they take a certain number of hours beforehand. It should be based entirely on the ability and the willingness of the student to work very, very hard and get ready for the qualifying exams. And the response has been thoughtful. We've had some responses where institutions have said, we will work on this. Others have said, well, there's a very particular reason why we want to do it this particular way. So that's one of the ways that we're moving in the direction that you've indicated.
And if I'm allowed to continue for a few more seconds, rather, this whole new phenomenon to teach and give degrees at the community college level means we are affecting a large number of students. And if we are able to successfully execute this model of what we heard this morning, then I strongly feel that by default we are going to put Texas on top, because it will have a massive impression on so many ways that we can teach and learn and I hope that we will rather consider this very seriously, that the new startups have to go through this process, the new way of teaching and new way of learning. And I don't see anything wrong in it, because, as the Commissioner just said, we already tested this model in 2 institutions and at the PhD level. If we are able to do it, I think it'll be wonderful. my challenge is what I'm asking, and Commissioner, you may be the most qualified person to respond, is our responsibility and authority is to suggest or require or impose. What can we do? If we are able to respond to this question as saying we are required, we can require them to do it, then I think this board should take upon itself this responsibility to make sure that to get to the next level, we have to make sure that we consider these ideas very carefully and execute it.
I believe we can actually suggest strongly some of the programs, the RN to BSN program that you heard about earlier, does not have a clinical component. When you look at some of the basic nursing, when they get to that, if they're getting an initial licensure, very often it does require clinicals, and that is set by the Texas Nursing Board, and they have very limited student-faculty ratios and that sort of thing, which may put a hardship on those institutions to do that. So I think a strong suggestion, and maybe depending on the program, it could be required, but for some of them, it's just not going to really be possible when you have those type of limitations put by other boards. So I do think a suggestion to do that would be appropriate, but I don't, given the different types of programs, I'd hate to put a blanket requirement across for all of them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? I believe we've gotten the update.
Did we settle the question of whether the public comments are going to be anonymous or identified?
I think that what I read, and didn't hear any other comments, is that we were looking to the commissioner, and the commissioner was looking to you. And I think, John, if you're all right with that, no one else seemed to be expressing that we'll follow that course, if that's all right.
I will take them. And you will have public testimony on the calendar for both the committee meeting in June and your board meeting in July. So those who wish to comment, and the whole idea, of course, of getting the panel is so that you will have some stakeholders. Very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Charles.
Thank you.
Great job, Charles.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along, agenda item 7D. is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board for funding formulas for the use by the governor and the legislative budget board, and making appropriations recommendations to the appropriate legislative committees. We're going to have a group to present to us. We're going to have Dr. Gary Hendricks, who is the Vice Chancellor for Financial and Administrative Services, Texas State Technical College of Systems. Mr. Jonathan Hoekstra, Vice Chancellor of Human and Organization Development, Texas State Technical College System. Dr. John Upperman, Vice Chancellor of Policy and Planning, Texas Tech University System. And Ms. Andrea Marks, who's the Vice President for Business Affairs and Chief Financial Officer, University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. They will present their recommendations as a group to the board. And Susan Brown, the Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, and Gary Johnstone, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, will present the committee's recommendations. So, Susan, I'm going to kind of turn the format over to you to walk us through this process. Welcome to each of you for being here, and thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to go through and give just a very quick update or overview of the formula process, and I will move through it quickly, and then we will go on to some of the other recommendations. As we already mentioned earlier, formulas are an allocation. They are not a budgeting tool. Everybody's going to get real tired of hearing that. They are an allocation. Institutions then spend the money any way they see fit. Each sector uses a different methodology based on contact hours, semester credit hours, and FTE, and then we also have TSTC with the return value model. So there are differences between all of them, among all of them. We're going to start with the community colleges. This is how their funds are appropriated. They get general revenue for their appropriations, formula. They have benefits, some special items, and then a few other general revenue items. This is what they are intended to cover. This is how the community colleges were funded in the last biennium, and which was a new funding model. They get $1 million in core funding per district. no matter what the size of the district. Then the remaining dollars are split 90% based on enrollment and 10% based on outcomes funding, which are the student success points. These are the student success points. You've got first, getting through the developmental ed, the gateway courses, college credit, 15, 30 hours, basically retention, and then awarding of a degree, and then transfer to a general academic institution. Proposed funding mechanism going forward is that they continue to get their outcomes basically the same way they did this time, with a set dollar amount, which was set as the base from the 14-15. So they receive a base level of success points. The $185 per success point is then allocated. So if they increase their points, they get more money. If they decrease their points, they get less money based on success points. And this was something that was brought to us. We worked with the with TAC and the formula committee to develop this model in which everybody came up with an agreement on. And that was from a writer that we would work on how to move forward after this base funding in 14-15. Again, here's the core. The Lamar State Colleges are a little bit, they're a little bit different than the others. They are 100% contact hours for their instruction and administration, and then they receive infrastructure because they do not have a tax base. At the Lamar State Colleges, they have an infrastructure that is based off of the same type of infrastructure rate that the universities, they are part of that group, and so they get their facilities based off of that, as does TSTC. Now I'm going to turn it over to the TSTC to talk about the return value model, and then we'll get into a little bit of the funding.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond to this agenda item. I'm Jonathan Hoekstra with TSTC. We'd like to, first of all, express our gratitude to the board and to your staff for participating or pioneering with us in this new return value funding formula. As you know, it's an effort that has raised national attention to TSTC, to the coordinating board, and to the state of Texas, largely for its alignment with our focus on providing graduates to business and industry. And every major change, you have to navigate some bumps in the road. And so we'd like the opportunity to talk about a bump in the road that we've identified. Although we think this is inadvertent, it is a major bump in the road, I think, for the value-added formula funding. And so we're here to respectfully request consideration to change the funding recommendations for our instructional and administrative funding formula from $92.3 million to $103.3 million.
And I wanted to, this was put at your place this morning.
It's painful.
A receipt from TSTC. This talks a little bit about the funding and the why they would like to do that.
I'll hand it over to Gary to kind of walk through some of the details of our request.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess it is now. I'm Gary Hendricks, and I'm Vice Chancellor now for Business Intelligence, and Jonathan is our new Vice Chancellor for Finance, so we're double teaming the situation here. Really, we want to tell you why we are requesting an increase in your recommendation to the legislature to increase our funding from $92.3 million for the ANI formula to $103.3 million. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the other sectors of higher ed are being recommended by the coordinating board in your document at a 12 to 18% increase in order to return to pre-recession levels of funding. And the increase recommended under our situation for TSTC is a 2.7% increase, which counts to about $2.5 million for the biennium. And that's certainly not as the level we would really like you to recommend for us. And let's look at the formula. The formula actually, at 100% recommendation, would yield $136 million for TSTC's A&I funding formula, which would be a 50% increase from where we are in the current biennium. So your potential recommendation at $92.3 million is only 66% of TSTC's share of the value added. And under the new formula, the way it was intended to work is that TSTC would get 50% of the value add and the state would keep 50% of the value add. So we're getting, under this recommendation level, 66% of half of the value add. So we think $103.3 million would be an appropriate amount that would give us a 15% increase over the current biennium funding level, and it would be 76% of TSTC's theoretical share of the funding value. This would be appropriate to restore TSTC's funding to the pre-recession levels, as is being proposed for the other sectors of higher ed, and that level of funding is well within the value-added funding yield for TSTC. So that would permit us to continue to provide high-quality tech ed, closely aligned with business and industry needs, and we ask your consideration of that request. Actually, as we know, the funding is a legislative process, and whatever level is recommended is the starting point for that legislative process, and they could go up or down with it as they see fit. But certainly, I think it would put us in a better light with the legislative session if you all would be willing to recommend that level. And we did provide excerpts of your data in the agenda item, that 7D, that would help implement that request should you choose to do that. So that would be our comments.
Mr. Jenkins, I have a question for you. Now, you know, I was not able to attend a committee meeting, but was this same presentation made to the committee?
We just received this, Susan.
We received this document yesterday. The presentation was made. TSTC was not able to be there, so they had only seen the recommended amount for themselves. They had not been able to see, or had not seen, the community college and state college amount. We had sent the entire...
So this is sort of out of the ordinary, because normally this would have been considered at the committee level. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so my question then to staff, as far as the time for staff to analyze this request, I mean... I
got it last night about... Well, I was out yesterday for personal reasons.
And obviously for the committee members are not seeing it in the board in total. It was on your at your spot this morning.
If you like, go ahead.
Let me see if I understand it. These were presented at the committee level, and then you found out that the others had gotten a higher percentage, so you want a higher percentage now. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is part of the situation. The other part of the situation is our funding level has been lower than we've needed for a number of years. The peak pre-recession was about $98 million. And if you look at the 103.3 request, it certainly would be in keeping with that level of funding pre-recession with a little bit of inflation added to it. So we're trying to suggest funding TSTC at a reasonable level that's commensurate with the overall value added funding formula.
Question, are we on a timeline that this could be taken back to committee?
It has to go to the LBB by June 1.
For those that weren't at the committee meeting, there were 4 recommendations for funding from each of the institutions that met as a work group. And the commissioner made an alternative recommendation in 3 of the 4. And I believe the vote from the committee at that time was to uphold the commissioner's recommendations. Am I correct on that, Mr. Chairman? So that's a little background for those of you who may wonder why now this institution or this is being brought before us, because we upheld what the commissioner had recommended. This is alternative, whereas the institutions had recommended an alternative to that at a higher level in 3 of the 4 groups, would be group 1, 2, and 3. Only the health-related institutions, I believe the commissioner's recommendation was identical to the institutions.
No, that's a little bit backwards. It was the health-related where the commissioner's recommendation was a little bit lower than the health-related. In the others, the commissioner was concurring with the...
It's true.
Recommendations by the committees.
Right. So we have an option to approve what the committee approved.
And that's what we're here to be doing.
Right. I move that we approve what the committee gave us.
We're going to go ahead and take these now.
We can look at the community college and the TSTCs and Lamar's as one group. That's the 2-year colleges,
right.
And so you can do all of those together.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
As we did at the committee for the
right.
Because of the differences.
Okay. So you want to continue, and then we'll...
We can do it as one agenda item. That would be fine.
Good.
Thank you, Attorney.
Bill?
Oh.
Ms. Shepherd's motion is technically in order if all formulas are to be considered together. If, on the other hand, you wish to consider them separately, then the motion would need to be withdrawn.
I think the intention was to handle them separately. Is that right?
That was, but it's
up to the pleasure.
Board, however y'all would like to do that.
Considering the data came in and TSTC has a desire to has requested the change, is there a possibility that we could allow this to be reviewed and let the commissioner make a decision?
I would like
to that. You can make that motion, and we will.
And that way we could still be the time frame,
board.
and we wouldn't be going blindly, because frankly, we haven't had time to analyze this request.
Mr. Chairman, if it's allowable, I'd like to entertain that as a motion, if it's appropriate at this time.
So let me just, and I'm good with that on, Dennis. I'm just trying to back up a little bit so I don't get my feet all tangled up here.
I can withdraw my motion.
All right. Thank you. Let's do that. And I don't think we'd quite gotten to a second yet. Okay. So, Dennis?
In the interest of trying to address TST's concern and working within the limitations that we have imposed upon us, I would like to entertain a motion that the board defer this decision to the commissioner and allow him to act on our behalf, and he's authorized to make that decision.
As it relates to this funding?
As it relates to this specific TSTC.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion about the motion on the floor? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, 2, and I think as recorded, Dr. Tesher and Ms. Shepherd.
I vote yay.
Yeah, I think we got it. Passes. All right. Then we'll move on to the next piece.
Okay. What we will do is we will look at our analysis, and we will send it out to the entire board for your input into the commissioner's decision, I'm sure.
Fine.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to the general academics. This is the way they are appropriated, their funds, all funds, tuition and fees, special items, how they get their money. One of the important things is you have appropriated tuition and fees and non-appropriated tuition and fees for the general academics. So it is slightly different than for the community college sector. This is what it is intended to cover. We talked about that last time.
Susan, speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. I'm going to hold that down. Y'all know who I am by now. So we get the faculty salaries, infrastructure. You will understand they get research enhancement and infrastructure support at the university side. Not intended auxiliary enterprises, no state dollars, fringe benefits, special items. There are some special items that are not funded. New construction and major repair and renovations are not part of the formulas. It's maintenance and operations of those. They have 2 formulas and 2 supplements. The instruction and operation and teaching experience. The supplement for teaching experience is basically a bonus if you have tenure track teachers or faculty teaching undergraduate courses. It was put in place 2001-ish to encourage institutions to have more experienced faculty teaching undergraduate students. And then we have a small institution supplement, which is part of their infrastructure. It's basically a little bit comparable to that core funding for the community colleges, so that they have, if you're of a certain size, you get at least a little bit of a bump to help you with the basic administration.
Susan, could you define small institution?
A small institution is an institution under 5,000 in head count. And instead of, it used to be where if you were at 5,000, you got the small institution supplement. At 5,001, you basically fell off a cliff and you got 0. That was changed 2 biennia ago to where it's prorated out to 10,000 head count now. So you get a little bit less the larger you get, and then at 10,000, you no longer get one.
Chairman,
yes.
Quick question. Is the supplemental tied to tenure or just experienced faculty?
It's tenure track faculty.
So if you have someone that an entity that's not offering tenure, they wouldn't be eligible for that?
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Is that statutory?
Yes. Well, it's part of the appropriations bill rider. Mm-hmm. Part of how the appropriations is determined.
Susan, is there a separate handout from this for the general academic institutions?
We've got the 2-year college funding piece, but we do not have the general academic or.
It's on the same. I think it's on the same.
It should be all.
It stops. We have.
Terribly sorry.
We've got one part of it on the bottom of this page. It's
right. But we don't have that.
I agree.
And then the next one. But
I'm sorry. Yeah, apparently it did not make it to get copied.
It's okay.
All right.
Okay. Well,
you got a copy.
John's got a copy. We can hand you.
But let's continue with the presentation because we have it in front of us.
Okay. Sorry about that. Dr. John Opperman is going to go over the formula recommendations.
Good afternoon. I'm John Opperman, Vice Chancellor of the Texas Tech University System. The formula recommendation by the committee, the methodology that was used for this was to try to get the general academics back to the funding rate that we were at for the 10-11 biennium before the cuts. So this is actually a stair step to that level, going from the current level of just under $55 to a rate of $57.30. The FY11 rate was a little over $62. Likewise, on the infrastructure rate, this raises to $578 from the current $556, as a stair step to the FY11 rate of $621. The cost, this also, of course, factors in enrollment growth as well as increase in predicted square footage into the formula. So the total increase is $281 million, or 6.4%. On top of this, the committee is recommending that $235 million in outcomes-based funding be added as well, and that will show up in a later slide.
Now, this is subject to legislative approval. I mean, we're making recommendations.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, this is just our the committee's recommendation to the board, actually.
That's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. For outcomes-based funding, the committee recommended, first of all, that the formula for outcomes-based be outside the current formula and on top of it, up to an amount equal to 10% of the current I&O formula, and that's $235 million. The funds are allocated, it is an allocation formula. There are 7 different metrics which are defined on the next page. A 3-year rolling average of data is used for these metrics, the latest data available to the legislature. The metrics are scaled, and that will also show up on a separate slide as to how that was done. And then it is intended to be weighted by each institution, so each institution will have the opportunity to weight their own metrics, and that will be the next step of this process if you go forward with it for the staff, the coordinating board, to work with institutions on that weighting. The metrics that are used should be familiar to many of you because these are identical to metrics that were used last time. It's total undergraduate degrees adjusted by the 6-year graduation rate, undergraduate degrees per 100 undergraduate FTSC, which helps the smaller institutions, and at-risk weight for at-risk students using essentially a federal definition of at-risk, and then retention metrics for completing 30, 60, and 90 hours on your campus. The way these metrics are scaled is shown in this chart here, where at-risk has the greatest weight, slightly more than the degrees adjusted by graduation rate, and then each of the others are scaled accordingly also. 2 years ago when we went through this process, the committee did not explicitly discuss the scaling of the metrics. That was done by the staff. This time we did discuss it, and so there were policy considerations taken into account in these scaling that was chosen. In addition, since there's, in terms of trying to get an agreement among 38 institutions, there's not a logical starting point of what a distribution ought to look like unless you were to do this in a vacuum. The decision was that we would begin with a model scaled in a way that minimized redistributions from the current I&O formula. Now, over time, obviously, these metrics, this will operate differently than I&O, and those amounts will diverge. But this gives institutions more time to adjust to this new formula, get a better understanding. I think it is also considered to be much like the I&O formula was when it was initially adopted, as an evolutionary process. We will need to revisit this every 2 years and determine whether or not the scaling of at-risk, for instance, is the proper scale or not. But I think this was considered to be an appropriate starting point.
Could I ask a question here?
Sure.
You're weighting certain matrix, but I also thought I heard you say that the individual institutions would be able to weight those and tailor them to the individual institution. So I don't exactly understand how.
Okay.
You would say one thing.
And that is confusing.
It is confusing to me.
There's a scaling process, and actually Paul Turcotte can probably explain this better because he's the one that's had to deal with this. The purpose of the scaling really is because when you do these calculations, you get very different kinds of numbers. So the purpose of the scaling is really to try to scale the numbers so that they're appropriate to sort of combine together. The weighting is based upon what an institution chooses to consider to be, in effect, their top priorities of what they hope to accomplish in a metric. So in the metrics that are listed right here, each institution would have the opportunity to assign a weight to each of these measures. And so an institution that prefers to weight the degrees adjusted by graduation rate more would have an opportunity to do that within the limits that are set, the parameters that are set. Likewise, an institution that wants to weight at-risk students more would be able to do that. Now, this process was done in the case of Tennessee when they adopted their outcomes-based funding model. So it gives the institution an opportunity to make some adjustments there, but they operate within certain parameters. So the parameters, I think, where we ended up was that for the top weight of any one metric is like 25%. and then scaled down all the way to, we did allow each institution to, in effect, eliminate one metric, because they could weight one metric at 0. And that was to help address some of the mission differences and student differences among the institutions. So that's the scaling is just to sort of get the data in a form that can all be combined together and come up with a common number for a distribution. The weighting has to do more with how institutions choose to prioritize these metrics.
Was that also similar to what Tennessee had done?
Yes. Okay. They had a scaling process to make the data more common, and then they also used a weighting system that each institution was able to choose.
And if I'm not mistaken, Tennessee is 100% formula-based funding.
That's my
correct?
understanding, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
This final slide then has the total recommendations, funding recommendations, the 281 for the current INO and infrastructure, as well as the 235 million for the outcomes base, for a total increase of just under 12%. I think that's...
Yeah, at this time, any questions on what was just presented?
Okay, then we'll go ahead and go on to the general health-related, I guess. Health-relateds actually have 5 different models. They have a instruction and operation, infrastructure, research, which is to reward them for the amount of research that they're doing, mission-specific, which handles MD Anderson, based on cancer patient, and UT Health Science Center Tyler, which is based on respiratory care. And basically it's because those 2 health science centers originally did not have students. So they have a different model. And then the graduate medical education. I'm going to turn it over to Andrea.
Thank you. Could you go back to the other side just for 1 second? Just to explain the allocation or the distribution among the formulas a little bit, the largest formula for the health-related institutions is the instruction and operations formula. That's about 77% of the formula, and 18% comes from the infrastructure, with 5% from research enhancement. The Formula Committee recommendations from the Formula Advisory Committee for Health-Related Institutions did not recommend any structural changes to the formula. We advocated instead to get to a stable per unit rate consistent with prior recommendations of the Formula Advisory Committee. The committee has been recommending since 2007 that we attempt to get back to the 2000-2001 rates. For INO, which is the largest formula for the health-related institutions, the rate in 2014 was 9,527 per FTSE, and in 2000 the rate was 11,383. So the basis of our recommendations is to take some of the restoration that happened in 12 and 13 and get us to full restoration in 2018-19 over 3 biennia, over the next 2 biennia. The GME increase was, there was no GME formula in 2000-2001. That formula began in 2007. So the recommendation was that we take the same percentage increase for the other formulas. Overall, the increase that we're requesting is $481 million, or 27%. We understand that this cost is significant for the state, but we believe the investment that Texas makes in educating the healthcare workforce is critically important. We did differ from the CAP committee recommendations. The coordinating board put together recommendations that were slightly different from the Formula Advisory Committee, and the CAP committee at their subcommittee meeting approved the recommendations of the commissioner. So the difference in INO for health-relateds is 16% for the, actually I want to stay on that one, it's okay. It's 16% while the Formula Advisory Committee recommended 21%. Infrastructure and research enhancements formulas were recommended to go back to the 0009 rates, which was a 25% increase, while the Formula Advisory Committee recommended 41%. Remember, infrastructure and research are smaller formulas, but they have not been restored to the level as INO has. And then finally, the CAP agreed with the GME recommendation. So the difference in the two recommendations is $162 million. The Formula Advisory Committee just believes that all the formulas are important and represent the complexity of health-related institutions in the work that they do in education and research. And so we respectfully submit our recommendations. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
I think this is really for the commissioner. I voted against this in the CAP committee, and my question is, you weren't here to ask the question. What did we base? So the committee did quite a bit of work, came back, said, here's our recommendation. The commissioner's recommendation on this particular item varied, but I didn't know what was our basis, or what was your basis for selecting a different number.
Well, it really got down to, first of all, the recognition that the cuts that occurred two sessions ago were very, very harsh and damaged, in our belief, the institutions. So the question simply became, how quickly could we get it back up to appropriate levels of funding? I think John said it well, that we thought that we should stair-step this, and I just believe that an 18% increase was quite substantial. We thought that it probably would undermine the recommendations in general to try to do everything in one step, and we should probably take a measured approach that would seek to restore funding to appropriate levels over 2 sessions or 3 sessions, depending on the state of the economy. But I felt and consulted with my colleagues that it was highly unlikely that an increase of the magnitude that was proposed by the committee would be well received by the legislature.
And our only comment that day when we were discussing this is, would that not be better to put that recommendation out and let them make that decision rather than us? And if we're going to make it, is it based on anything, or is it just kind of, well, we're going to take, this is the number and we're going to put it out there for them?
Well, but it was based on the belief that a more effective strategy would be to do this in increments rather than asking for the restoration of the funding cuts all in one swoop.
But it could have been 10% more, 10% less. That really wasn't it. It's just the theory of a step was what you were thinking about.
And to keep the increases in budget requests within a range. It just jumps out at you that community colleges are asking for about a 11-12% increase. Others are 13, 14, and then suddenly you see health-related going up to 28. There was also recognition that the health-related institutions have greater capability of raising funds than many general academics do, community colleges do, through research projects, through development efforts, and so forth.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Huckabee, why did you vote against it? And were you the only one?
No. Ms. Shepard also did. I think we both had the same theory, which is, we're both, I serve as chair of the Cook Children's Hospital Board. She obviously, her career is there as well, so we recognize the need in the healthcare industry. I feel like they were cut more, and so their request should have been more. My real reason for voting against it is the commissioner wasn't here, and I couldn't get an answer to what was our basis for his recommendation. I didn't know if it was pulled out of midair or he kind of said, hey, here's where this number is coming from. So that's really why I voted against it. I was concerned that I didn't know what it was based on.
It was based on the principle of moving incrementally towards full restoration, recognizing the ability of health-related institutions to raise more money privately than other institutions.
Okay, Shepard, you felt the same way?
Well, I've also witnessed the budget process in the legislature. If the starting number is moderate, you're still probably going to see a 10% cut. If your starting number is at least reasonably high enough to meet the needs of your facility, you're still going to probably get it cut 10%. So this is an area where Texas needs to be strong. And if we don't take care of our hospitals and our population and our training and our labor force in healthcare, that money is going to be there. This is not going to be that tough of a budget year because, well, I take that back. It will be a tough budget year because everyone is going to up their numbers. And if we don't have a high enough number for starting, then when they begin to ratchet everything down, we're just going to end up with less than we even started out with. So if you don't ask, you'll never get it.
We think these numbers are pretty ambitious. I think all sectors would be very pleased if they came close to these levels.
Any other questions?
There was one thing I wanted to raise. We had brought forward in trying to work for the general academics in there were 3 institutions that had voted against the formula recommendation. And in trying to work with them to try and help them out, we came up with a proposed rider that is in front of you. The reason I didn't raise it earlier is because in talking with one of those institutions, they do not feel that this rider actually goes as far as they would like to go. So we're still working with them to try and get everybody on board for this recommendation. So that's why we didn't bring this forward. But this is a rider that it mirrors the rider that was in the appropriations bill for the community colleges last time, that we will work with them. It did not go quite as far as that institution wanted, and so we'll continue to work with that institution to try and get things to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. First of all, I'd like to commend all the institutions in this state because as we look at what they've done over the last several years, most, if not all of them, have begun to show improvements. And these improvements, I think, have been self-imposed by the institution. So whether they see what I perceive and perhaps all of us perceive as the inevitable, that this is going to be the wave of the future, some form of performance-based funding, and they're responding to that, probably. And so I commend them because I think we see most of these matrix already moving in a good direction. And so I think the individual institutions deserve a lot of credit for taking the initiative on their own without us going further than what we have. I have a question. How long has this committee been working? I mean, how long have y'all been in? How much time has evolved? How much
You're talking about the general academics?
Yes.
Our first meeting was September of last year, and we met maybe 8 times, something like that.
Are you talking about this has gone on over a year and a half? Or is it?
About 8 months, 8 or 9 months.
Yes.
How long did it take for us to get to this same place with the community colleges? I mean, can I get some idea of how long the community college situation took?
Okay, that was 3 years ago, so let me think back. We got the outcomes-based funding model in place for 14-15 biennium. It probably took 8 months to a year at least, but we had been talking with them for a couple of years before that, just as we have been with the general academics. We've been talking about this for...
We were working on the recommendations for community colleges,
Wait a minute.
I think it was until after the session began. I think
Right. The rider for the community colleges that really kind of solidified that didn't come in place until the session started.
Yeah.
So we kept working on it. It was...
Let me ask you this question. Does the committee, the composition of the committee, does it represent a fair reflection of the diversity of our individual institutions across the state?
It does. What we have done is we have gone out and we ask each of the chancellors, and for those that are not part of a system, for the individual institutions to recommend somebody. And then we make sure that we have large and small, like somebody out of each of the different accountability groups, the master's, comprehensive, doctoral, emerging research, and research. We have somebody from all of those being represented, as well as from around the state.
Hey, how did we reach the conclusion, or how was the decision made in terms of what individual matrix that the committees adopted? I know that we have 7 matrix. They can leave out one, and they individual institutions can weight whichever ones that they think is most conducive to targeting the areas of the individual institution. So we eliminate this one-size-fits-all concern that we had in the last legislative session, which I think is a good thing. But how were those was that a consensus of the committee?
Yes.
Working with our
Yes,
coordinating
it was.
board staff?
That's right. Now, these metrics are identical to the metrics that were a part of the formula last time, 2 years ago.
Okay.
So they were fully vetted over a course of about a year and a half as part of that process. When we restarted at the beginning of this biennium, there was an opportunity for anyone on the committee to bring forward any new metrics.
Was there any general opposition with regard to the metrics that are in place now?
I think these metrics are actually pretty widely accepted. Now, there are some disagreement on definitions a little bit. So, for instance, on the at-risk, we spent a lot of time 2 years ago talking about what's the best definition for at-risk and what should be counted as at-risk. We ended up sticking with the federal definition for that because it's widely accepted and the data is available for it. Some of the things that some committee members would like to see involves data that's not currently collected. So I think there is actually language in our report that addresses that issue, that this is something we're asking the coordinating board staff to look at to see if we can refine that definition better.
Is there any specific time constraints that are on this board in terms of when this is actually approved? Are we working towards meeting some type of deadline?
The board recommendation has to go to the LBB by June 1st.
So we don't. There's no way to postpone this for a little more work. But well, we don't have much time. You're right. I understand that. All right. One last question, Mr. Chairman. The institutions, help me understand concerns about whether they're competing against themselves. I heard you make you mentioned the 3-year rolling averages is established a baseline based on the most recent and current information.
That's right.
And are they to compete against those 3-year rolling averages? And so does that mean that they're actually competing against themselves?
Yes. Now, this formula is set up as an allocation formula, just like the current formula is. The alternative, which we had some discussion, is to try to come up with a formula that some members would describe as being able to compete against yourself. The proposal that was laid out at our last meeting was essentially to have each institution adopt their own metrics, and then they would be measured against those metrics. There are a lot of complications to that. I think conceptually that is something that we could certainly do, could at least work on and see if we can get there. And I think that was the purpose of this rider that Susan is talking about, is to put in place a process to work on that type of proposal. It's a very different model than what we're talking about here, but it would, theoretically anyway, it would allow institutions to establish their own metrics and then essentially be measured against how they do on those set of metrics that they've chosen.
So the individual institutions would redefine their own metrics. How does that compare with what Tennessee's done?
Tennessee has very defined statewide metrics like we do.
Similar to what you're proposing today. Yes. So the Tennessee plan basically is pretty much parallels what your proposal is today with regard to the matrix. Is that correct?
Yes, there are some things. I think they include graduate hours and things like that. that are
Tennessee
different, but-
includes research and graduate because it is 100%. Ours focuses, because the limit is 10% of the undergraduate funding, we focused all of our metrics on undergraduate. And so that's really the biggest difference, I believe, with Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's additional questions or comments, I'd like to move for adoption.
All right, so for clarification, Susan, are we going to adopt across or individually?
Given that there was one
already
for the TSTC that we will be getting back to y'all on that one, excluding that, you can either adopt altogether or you can adopt basically the general academics, the two-year colleges, and.
All right,
Mr.
Dennis?
Chairman, what I'd like to do is rephrase my motion to that we adopt the recommendation of the committee with the exception of the one that the board has approved to allow the commissioner to make. That's my recommendation.
For the CAP committee recommendation?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion passes. All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
And we're going to continue to move really quickly. Agenda item 7E is on the consent agenda. Agenda item 7F is a report on facilities projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, is available for questions. This is an information item only. Does anybody have any questions of what has been submitted at this point? All right. We will move on to agenda item 7G. It's proposed rules. Agenda item 7G, proposed rules 1 has been withdrawn. Agenda item 7G, proposed rules 2 through 5 are on the consent agenda. And agenda item 7H is also on the consent agenda. Agenda item 7I is an update on the Texas Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee activities. Dr. David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner, Academic Planning Policy Chief Academic Officer, will provide us the current update. David?
Chairman, point of information before you move on.
Yes, sir.
I thought we approved the consent agenda that had G1.
It was
It was withdrawn.
When was I notified of that?
When I read it.
Yeah, when he read it.
Thank you.
Okay. So, ready? David.
Very briefly, the committee has elected Woody Hunt from El Paso as its chair and Larry Faulkner, former president UT Austin, as its vice chair. The committee has met twice. I told you briefly earlier that they are continue to be interested in PETA 16 issues. They are, at the next meeting, they're bringing in Andrea Schlichter from the OECD and a representative from the Georgetown University Workforce Center. They are still very much in the formative stages, and I would be glad to, if any of you would like to talk extensively on the side, I'd be glad to give you more information, or I can do it now if you prefer. It's up to you.
Members, any questions of Dr. Gardner at this time?
Just one general comment. I watched their testimony in front of the Senate. I thought both of them did just in YouTube, but they did a terrific job.
We're very fortunate. We have a very, very good vice chair and vice chair, and I think they balance each other very well. And overall, it's an extremely strong committee.
Yes.
So I think we're very fortunate.
Chairman, that concludes the CAP portion of the meeting today. No, just a report.
Question? All right. Under Texas Government Code Section 551.076, the board will meet in closed session to discuss security recommendations, and while doing so, will have lunch. We plan to convene in approximately 20 minutes. If we do it in 20 minutes, if we need a little extra time, are we good with that? Do you need more time than that?
I don't, but I don't know how long the security
It's going to take until we tell them to quit talking. 20 minutes. We anticipated the time is, let's call it 1:40. We're back in session. Next item is number 9, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Janelle Shepard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few announcements. The Developmental and Adult Education Unit, in partnership with the College Readiness, will be sponsoring a one-day advisors pre-conference at the Student Success Institute on July 14th. The workshop will help advisors understand the new TSI assessment and how holistic advising can enhance placement for underprepared students. Breakout sessions will focus on specific advising protocols currently in use by community colleges, as well as how diagnostic results inform placements into accelerated interventions such as non-course competency-based options, modular emporium instructional models, and mainstream co-requisite models that allow students to co-enroll in entry-level college credit and developmental educational coursework. On July 15th and the 16th, the Coordinating Board, in partnership with the University of Houston, will co-host our third statewide Student Success Summit in Austin. The summit will convene higher education faculty, staff, and administrators from across the state to share their best practices through sessions and facilitated working groups to support increased scaling and replication of effective student success strategies. Institutional and issue-based teams will focus on evaluated and promising models of peer instruction, early alert and intervention systems, and student-centered instruction. Item 9B is public testimony relating to Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, and I don't believe we have any comments, do we? All right, no one's registered. Thank you. Item 9C is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to a request for a new degree program from Texas Women's University for a Doctor of Occupational Therapy. This degree is a major in occupational therapy. Members, just a reminder, at the March cause meeting, we voted to postpone this item until today's board meeting. So we have representatives from TWU here to answer questions if needed. Dr. Catherine Candler, Associate Professor and Director of the School of Occupational Therapy, and Dr. Larry LaFleur, Dean of the Graduate School. Welcome. Rex.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. If you will, as a reminder, this is one that we postponed. There were at least 2 questions raised about this particular program, and we have included in your blue pages some supplemental information to try to address those issues, and one revolved around the curriculum and the requirements for this program. And one of the questions that was raised is, would a master's degree be required before entering into the doctoral program? And the answer to that is yes, and this is a program that does lean heavily toward the practice side of this, and this is an institution that already has the PhD. And if you have any questions about it, I'd be glad to let our folks from TWU answer any questions you might have about the program.
I do. So I went and researched this after our committee meeting, and doesn't your institution actually run 3 locations and 3 programs? You have one in Dallas and one also in Houston?
Punch the button if we need to speak to it.
The School of Occupational Therapy has 3 locations. So Denton, Dallas, and Houston all have cohorts of pre-licensed occupational therapists in training for the Master of Occupational Therapy degree.
So you're actually training master's level OTs at all 3 of those programs?
Yes, we are.
Okay, because I don't think our map noted that those programs were even listed on the map for the state on our resources. in my looking at other programs, other states, it seems that they do have programs where it's direct to the DOT or the OTD, and there's two ways it's written. But that's not what your intent is to take people with a baccalaureate and grant them the doctor. You're intending that you would still have a master's program, and then the doctor program would be an add-on.
Correct.
Okay.
The program will require a master's degree, and it's a program that will train leaders, really, to help with leadership in that particular profession.
Does a master's have to be an OT?
The master's degree does not necessarily have to be an OT. At one time, the occupational therapy was a bachelor's entry program that changed in 1998. So the individuals coming into the OTD may have a bachelor's in OT and a master's in another area.
But they'd have to have the OT in either one or the other.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all.
I didn't clearly understand Dr. Tesser's last question. The entry level into OT now is a master's degree with 16 graduate hours in OT. Is that entry level into the practicing licensed occupational therapist, or is it a BS baccalaureate degree with any master's at any discipline? Is it? I mean, I'm confused.
Entry today into the profession of occupational therapy requires a graduate degree. There are practitioners who came into the profession prior to that requirement, and that's what I was referring to.
They were grandfathered in?
Yes, they were grandfathered in to remain practitioners.
So they're licensed to practice with a baccalaureate degree.
Correct.
Grandfathered in prior to 98.
Yes.
Yes.
I would be interested to know what the content of this program is, and let me tell you why I'm concerned about it. And I'm just making a personal observation. It's to not reflect this board's opinion, no one else's but my own. And I've derived this opinion based on a number of students coming to me that are enrolled in the DNP program. And these are practicing nurse practitioners that have master's degrees that are now coming to me and saying they thought that they could enter into a DNP program and that would make them better clinicians. Okay, so when that was, and that's the way I interpreted the DNP programs when it was brought forward to this board, is that the DNP program would provide enough more clinical information to ensure that nurse practitioners are better positioned to fulfill the void that we all know is developing in primary care. So for that reason, I supported the DNP program because I thought that would better prepare them to meet the public demands being placed on the profession. So,
Dennis, I believe the coursework is in the book. If you want to look at the curriculum.
I'm not sophisticated enough to know exactly what all that means. I'm sorry. But tell me.
Page 4 and page 5 right there, if you want to ask them about the curriculum.
Yeah, just as a summary, foundations, OT practice, foundations of neuroscience, I don't know how that relates to. You said that this was designed, this curriculum designed to make these people who graduate better leaders. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that the primary purpose of this curriculum that Ms. Shepard is referring to? This is a leadership degree? Is this going to provide them the necessary tools to step into leadership roles in hospitals and within their profession, within the academic community? If it is, then you're representing it to me in the way I want to understand it. Mm-hmm. Because at least from my standpoint, when the DNPs were brought forward, I was under the impression that the curriculum reflected a strong emphasis on positioning them to be better practicing clinicians. And now students are telling me that's not what it's doing. Now, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I've been told. I'm not in a position to really understand what's what. There's always two sides to every story. So help me understand what's the purpose of this, and how is students going to value, and more than that, how is the public going to benefit by us adding another degree to this? We're all concerned about what we call degree creep, and how that how that affects the cost of healthcare delivery. We've seen it, and this is my opinion, on a personal opinion, the PharmD degree. We've seen absolutely no expansion in the scope of the practice of pharmacy, but we've added additional educational. And quite frankly, talking to some of the deans in our pharmacy schools across the state, they want to add another year to the training, which adds additional cost to the students, which is transferred down to the consumer. So that's my concern about what is the best interest for the citizens of Texas. So help me better understand what y'all are trying to accomplish with this degree. It will benefit the average citizen of this state.
Those types of considerations were part of our considerations as an institution in wanting to serve the people of Texas and provide the best quality occupational therapy workforce. In looking at that, we felt that what we are doing now at Texas Women's University is very positive for that workforce, in that we are providing the Master of Occupational Therapy degree, and that provides us well-qualified practitioners into the field to fulfill those healthcare positions that are needed. At the same time, there are increasing demands within the field for a different type of practitioner, one that is has the boots on the ground research capabilities, who understands how to watch policy, take advantage of leadership opportunities, and work in some very high caliber multidisciplinary teams informing policy and evidence-based practice. And so we felt the best way to provide that level of practitioner to the state of Texas was through a post-professional degree program, so that Texas would have the advantage of these professionals, a layer of higher educated individuals to provide that type of leadership, while at the same time bringing the state practitioners through our Master of Occupational Therapy program.
Well, I understand this is unique in the sense that this is the first one to be approved in the state.
It would be the first one in the state of Texas, and it would be the first one in the southwest region. There are about 11 states with programs of this sort, and they're on the east, in the east and Midwest.
Is this a stepping stone to the eventual movement towards making this entry level to the practice?
There are about 28 now post-professional OTD programs, and they are all distinctly different from the entry-level programs.
But what's the national organization? What's their position on terms of moving the profession towards a doctoral level degree in order to be entry level? I mean, I know there's got to be a national organization, and I assume that they've made some kind of public statement, or they've got to have some type of public goal.
Today there is no public goal or statement about that. There is always conversation within the profession about should we consider moving in that direction, but as of today there is no public statement to that effect.
Any other questions by the board?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda items 9D, 1 through 3 are on the consent calendar. Items 9E and F are on the consent calendar. Item 9G is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the approval of the proposed Texas Success Initiative operational plan, which provides recommendations for the institutions of higher education on how to better serve students who assess at basic academic skill levels based on the Texas Success Initiative assessment. Dr. Judy Laredo will provide introductory remarks for this item, and Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale, Director of Developmental and Adult Basic Education, will present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I am not going to elaborate too long because the Commissioner, in his very eloquent remarks earlier this morning, spoke about the TSI and the work that we have done over, really, it seems like the last 2 years. But more importantly, what we're bringing to you today is a plan that is a result of that work, but also a plan that has been taken out to the field over the last 3 months. We have done 9 regional meetings to speak about the TSI and the results that have come from it and our recommendations for how we can address this lower level skilled population. I would like to turn it over to Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale, who is the Director of Developmental Education and Adult Basic Education here at the agency, who has just done a phenomenal job in leading this effort, along with her colleague, Dr. Linda Munoz, whom you will hear from in just a moment. So I'd like to turn it over to Suzanne.
Thank you for the opportunity today for us to present to you the TSI operational plan for serving lower skilled learners. Today's agenda will begin briefly with some background information and then discuss the new TSI assessment and then finally end with the 10 recommendations that make up the plan.
You also have this document right in front of you in case you need to refer to it.
If I can direct you to the bottom of the slide, the new TSI assessment is the culmination of work directed by the Texas Legislature and contributions by P-12 teachers, higher education faculty, and other stakeholders over the last decade. The Texas Academic Skills Program, known as the TASP, in place since 1987 to ensure entering students are college ready, was repealed in 2003 and replaced with the Texas Success Initiative. Efforts towards statewide standards began in 2006 and resulted in the approval of the Texas College and Career Readiness Standards in 2008 that aligned the P-12 Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills and higher education expectations. Efforts began in 2011 toward one statewide standard assessment aligned to the Texas College and Career Readiness Standard with one college readiness standard in place. And the result is the new TSI assessment, which was launched by all institutions of higher ed in 2013 fall. The new assessment is the first of its kind in the nation. Not only does it align to the readiness standards, it includes a mandatory diagnostic component that identifies not only the specific strengths but also the weaknesses of the students. It aligns to the national standards of adult education. It is computer adaptive, which means that the test adjusts the difficulty of each test question based on the test taker's previous response. And it is offered at a low cost to institutions. It's important to remember that among all students who are first-time in college students, the majority of them actually qualify for an exemption for the assessment. And this chart here shows the percentage of exemptions by subject area, and the exemptions are noted in the brown box on the bottom left. The new TSI assessment requires that non-exempt entering students demonstrate college readiness in the subject areas of reading, writing, and math. The previous system, we had 4 assessment instruments. We had statewide standards that were the minimum standards, but that could be raised by each institution. And we basically had 2 classifications. Students were either college ready or not. The new system, we have one assessment instrument, which is the new TSI assessment launched this past fall, one statewide standard that cannot be raised, and we now have 3 classifications. So as previously classified, students were college ready once they demonstrated that college readiness and met that college readiness threshold as a result of the assessment, or possibly also through an exemption. Then if they were not college ready, students then were further classified as either developmental education, which is a demonstration of knowledge and skill levels of 9th through 12th grade equivalents, or at the adult basic education level, which is equivalent to knowledge and skill levels of 1st through 8th grade equivalent. This further distinction allows institutions to better target interventions that address students' weak areas. Here we see a brief outline of the actual process. The pre-assessment activity is now mandated, so students can no longer come in and take a test cold turkey, if you will. They are required to be given some background information about the importance of the test and how that test and the role the test plays in the student's academic career. It also requires some the student be exposed to practice test questions and also feedback for those questions. And it talks to the student and lets them know what campus resources are available. So the student then completes that activity at the institution and then begins the actual testing. The first component is called the placement component and includes 20 questions per subject area. Upon completion of those 20 questions, if the student does meet the college readiness standard, the student is completed with testing and can enroll in any entry-level credit-bearing coursework. On the other hand, if the student does not meet that college readiness threshold, then based on the result of the original 20 questions, the student will be directed into one of two diagnostic tests. The first diagnostic test would be the developmental ed diagnostic test, and you can see in parentheses in tiny little print there an example of that in math. If the student tested between 336 and 349, then that would be the assessment that the student is directed into. Upon completion of that, the student is then directed into developmental ed coursework and intervention to remediate the student, bring the student up, and ready to enroll in entry-level coursework. On the other hand, if the student scores lower, between 310 and 335 as a result of the first 20 questions, the student is then directed into the ABE diagnostic. Now, something unique about this test is that this test does have a second chance opportunity, if you will, for the student to truly demonstrate the knowledge and skill levels. And so that's why you have an arrow that actually can go back up. So as a result, even though the student is placed into the ABE diagnostic, if the result indicates a higher level, that student should be classified and be availed of opportunities just like other developmental ed students. On the other hand, if the student scores lower as a result of that ABE diagnostic, the student is then directed into ABE interventions in that yellow box. Now, this yellow box represents the newly identified population. So again, to reiterate, students assessed at ABE basic academic skills levels are the newly identified population, and for the most part previously were not formally classified as such in higher education academic programs. So this plan provides recommendations for institutions to help them better serve this particular population. Before the new TSI assessment, these students were actually coming to the doors of higher ed, but they were mostly placed, if they didn't meet the college readiness threshold, they were placed in developmental education coursework, regardless of where their true skill levels were. These students were often enrolled in developmental ed courses, but data confirmed that very few successfully completed those interventions and those courses. So through this new identification, we want to provide more specific information to institutions as they better target the specific interventions to address those skill levels. Again, the goal of the plan is to provide recommendations on how institutions might better serve the students assessed at the basic academic skills levels as a result of the TSI assessment. As we met with our partnering agencies, TWC, TWIC, and TEA, we considered the following framing recommendations, which you can see on the slide, the following framing questions, which you can see on the slide. In our framing questions, we focus considerations for serving various populations, and we have to acknowledge here as part of this discussion that the federally funded adult education and literacy programs, formerly known as ABE programs, primarily serve adult students who do not have high school completions, with their main goal to be completion of a GED program and transition into the workplace or into post-secondary opportunities. On the other hand, institutions of higher ed primarily serve students with high school completions with their primary goals to promote persistence and success of students seeking credentials and degrees. It's also important to note that the AEL programs, the Adult Education and Literacy programs, are generally free to qualifying students through federal and state matched funds and are governed by federal policies and reporting systems. Institutions of higher ed also adhere to state policies and reporting requirements. The development of the plan involved months of planning and collaboration, both internally and externally. As noted in the previous slide, the adult education and literacy programs administered through TWC, which was actually formerly administered through TEA, have as their priority population adults transitioning to post-secondary training and education. And we work hard, very hard, to align our efforts so that transition ensures optimal use of and unnecessary duplication of services, especially in light of limited resources. Another important part of the plan's development was stakeholder participation. We held 9 regional meetings across the state in Amarillo, Tyler, Midland, Dallas, Houston, McAllen, El Paso, San Antonio, Killeen, and we had over 1,000 participants. We also received a number of comments via the online survey, and we recently held 2 webinars on April 8th and 9th to share with our stakeholders the comments received as well as the next steps towards implementation. So to briefly summarize, as a result over a decade of P16 alignment efforts, we have a statewide college and career readiness standards aligned with the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills and the new assessment. We also now identify a population of students demonstrating basic academic skill levels. Again, the purpose of this plan is to provide a series of recommendations for institutions as they address this newly identified population of students. So what follows now are those 10 recommendations presented for your approval. The first recommendation is to phase in implementation of the plan. When we first presented information on this plan last April, we noted that the year 2013-2014 would be called a transition year for the institutions, with full implementation of the plan expected in fall 2014. However, based on statewide stakeholder feedback, we agreed that phase-in of this implementation should be extended 1 year in order to provide targeted regional professional development for institutions as they determine the best option for this newly identified population of students. In phase 2, institutions will implement or continue to scale the efforts to serve this particular population, and during this time, of course, professional development will continue and also, of course, beyond. The second recommendation is to advise and refer students who are not high school complete to a GED or other high school completion program. Completion of the high school diploma qualifies the student to apply for federal financial aid such as Pell Grants and student loans and work-study programs. Studies indicate that one of the biggest obstacles to post-secondary completions is the lack of financial resources, and we believe this recommendation may play an important role in helping and ensure retention and completion. The third recommendation is to clarify and identify key terms. We've heard the term developmental education used quite liberally in the past, and now we are really specifying the definition to include knowledge and skill levels at the high school, so grades 9 through 12. And that is demonstrated by students either upon completion of the developmental education diagnostic or upon completion of the ABE diagnostic with levels 5 and 6 out of 1 through 6 levels, so at the highest levels. That represents that second chance opportunity for students to demonstrate the greater knowledge and skill levels. The new key term is Basic Academic Skills Education, or BASE. And these are courses or interventions for students who are demonstrating knowledge and skill levels at the ABE range, so below high school, but very close, so at levels 3 and 4. Recommendation 4 is to identify and develop this basic academic skills education, non-course competency-based options. You've heard a lot about competency-based education this morning, and so the non-course competency-based options builds on that model, whereby the targeting interventions of the student is built towards the student's demonstrated weaknesses while continuing to build on their strengths. So we identify and develop these non-course competency-based options, or NCBOs, that specifically address those base levels. That is levels 3 and 4, and to include them in the lower division academic course guide manual, the ACGM, to provide a funding mechanism for institutions. However, we have to acknowledge that students with federal financial aid, such as Pell Grants, student loans, or work study, cannot use these courses or interventions, anything below high school, below high school knowledge and skill levels, towards their eligibility for funding. So the student may receive Pell Grant, but they cannot use this particular course or any other intervention addressing knowledge and skill levels below high school to meet the full-time 12-hour enrollment requirement, for example. Recommendation 5 is to support the strengths of multi-skilled students. Very often, when students come to the institutions of higher ed, they demonstrate multiple skill levels by subject area. So they may be college ready in writing, they may be demonstrating knowledge and skill levels at the developmental education and reading, but they may be demonstrating knowledge and skill levels below high school in math. So we're talking about those multi-skilled levels, which adds a definite complexity to how institutions may best serve this group of students. So advising should consider the student's strengths with placement recommendations towards the higher level courses and intervention, of course with the appropriate support to ensure the student's progress and success. Recommendation 6 is to advise and refer students testing into levels 1 and 2 in all 3 subject areas. So what we're talking about here are knowledge and skill levels in reading, writing, and mathematics, anywhere from grade 1 to grade 3. So advise and refer those to programs either internal, not necessarily outside of the institution, so we say internal or external, that address the students' academic and career aspirations and meet them where they are. So we are talking about students who demonstrate, again, those skill level equivalents of grades 1 and 3 in all 3 subject areas, and these referrals may include programs that are offered at the institution or through local literacy or community programs. Recommendation 7, and this is directly in support of Recommendation 6. We talked about those referrals in Recommendation 6. Recommendation 7 is to develop a statewide system for use not only by institutions of higher ed, but also other relevant state agencies to determine the most appropriate referrals for students assessing at these lowest skill levels in all 3 areas. So this does not necessarily imply that something new would be developed from scratch. We are working with our agency partners to identify first what's already out there. We know TWC, Workforce Solutions, and a number of national and statewide websites and databases may be used for this purpose. We have to focus on making those usable for advisors, something where the advisor can get access to the information within 2 to 3 clicks, and something that is available within the community so that the best referrals can be made for this group of students. Recommendation 8 is to recommend to the Texas Legislature to increase funding for institutions that serve students assessed at these basic academic skills level. We've already addressed or briefly discussed one funding option, and that was the base NCBO offered in Recommendation 4. My colleague, Dr. Linda Munoz, who will be presenting in a few minutes, will also be addressing funding issues as they are addressed in the Rider 28 report. Recommendation 9 is to implement a comprehensive multi-agency professional development program. We know that many institutions already have successful interventions in place and are serving this population of students. Those with adult education and literacy transition programs and programs such as Accelerate Texas are showing promising and successful results. However, we also know that many institutions have expressed concern that they don't have options available for this population of students. The professional development will be spearheaded by those colleges with existing programs so that they can share best practices and implement those strategies and know what's working, talk about what's working as well as what's not, their lessons learned, and how they can share this information with other institutions on a regional basis so that those institutions can also develop and implement programs to address this population of students. The final recommendation is to review and revise as appropriate with stakeholder feedback the TSI operational plan. to include data analyses and a review of institutional practice for serving students assessed at these basic skill levels. In summary, institutions have asked for guidance as they consider how to best serve this newly identified population of students. We've worked very closely with our agency partners as well as stakeholders across the state to provide these 10 recommendations so students assessed at the basic skill levels are appropriately advised and served to best meet not only their academic and career goals, but also the workforce needs of Texas.
Board members, do you have questions?
I have one more question. It's when we're talking on the 3 classifications, if you've got a student in the developmental education classification, is there an ability for them to take some type of a college prep course during high school with some kind of an alignment with a community college, which will get them through what they need initially without having to go on to college and then do that at that point?
Yes. Institutions of higher ed are working with school districts to develop the college prep courses. Successful completion will result in a TSI exemption. We're working with the negotiated rulemaking committee right now to determine the exact details of that exemption. But yes, that will be a possibility.
Right.
And I do want to note something else too. Even students who are tested into the developmental ed range, there are a number of accelerated options they have available to them now. One of them we think shows a lot of promise, and that is the mainstream option, where a student can actually be placed in a credit-bearing course like English 1301, but they also have to co-enroll in some sort of, and usually it's an NCBO, a non-course competency-based option, which will directly provide support so that the student can have success in that credit-bearing course. So provide the extra tutoring, mandated extra tutoring, to provide success in that course.
Thank you.
Thank you both for all your work. We know your team has worked long and hard for, a year and a half?
This part of the process, a year ago, we presented the TSI test and the results, and we've been on this for 1 year, day and night.
Right.
I have to say, I do want to thank those institutions that served as hosts for our regional meetings, and it was wonderful going all over the state. And the best part was being able to talk to those faculty members and those support staff who are truly trying to find the best way to address this newly identified group.
Well, I appreciate your hard work.
I think that's a key point that Dr. Vail just made, is that and I went to 2 of the meetings, the leadership accompanied the team to every one of those, and there wasn't an institution that did not want to come to the table and better serve their students and find the way to address the population that they know is on their campus. And I think that was very refreshing.
So you have another presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Who is this? So is this
This is the conclusion of this part. So we'll need
okay. I
approval.
saw this pop up on the screen. I apologize. I need a motion.
So move to approve.
Have a motion? Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Thank you. This motion passes. Thanks. All right. Item 9H is notification of changing in organization for regional accreditor, the Higher Learning Commission. This is information only and will be Rex there.
Yeah, this is an information item only, but the former, now I've lost it completely, haven't I? I had 2 senior moments yesterday. And
only
now,
2?
And, yeah, only 2.
Never admit.
But they were both within the space of about 30 seconds. So that's what really bothered me the most. The former North Central Association of Colleges and Schools has actually been broken into, has actually for some time now been 2 separate entities operating as the Commission, Higher Learning Commission for post-secondary, and then the Commission on Accreditation and School Improvement, which operated for secondary schools. And they have completely separated themselves now into 2 completely different entities. Both of those were under one umbrella, and they've now completely separated. And what's important about this is that we rely on regional accreditation of entities outside the state of Texas to tell us whether they can then be, as a part of our look at whether they can be authorized to operate in Texas or not. So what this does is this also notifies the Department of Education, and the Department of Education has certified that they are still a functioning, viable regional accrediting body.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Rex. Chairman, this concludes my committee's report.
There's one more, I think. It should be on there. It's on the script.
It's here.
9I.
Oh, sorry, I turned the page too quickly. Sorry. That's okay. 9I is consideration of my senior moment of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the submission of adult basic education post-secondary education transition report. Dr. Judith Laredo will provide introductory remarks, and Dr. Linda Munoz, Director of Adult Education, and a representative from the Texas Workforce Commission will present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Rider 28 is a report that is a result really of 2 years of work that we've been doing, more than 2 years of work around adult basic education, and we've really been very fortunate to have a person like Dr. Linda Munoz heading this effort of the projects that have been placed out in our schools that have applied for funding and have done some phenomenal work. We've had a really unique year to work very closely with our partners, which was different prior to. But now Anson Jones, who is sitting here at the table with us, who is the State Director for Adult Education and Literacy, now at the Texas Workforce Commission, who at one time, very recently, was heading one of our outstanding projects at Alamo Colleges in San Antonio. Both of them are here to present the Rider 28 report that I presented to you at the cause meeting that is a required report submitted to the legislature by May the 1st, and I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Laredo. Good afternoon, members of the board. My colleague Anson Green and I are here to present the report.
Maybe your last name.
Required under Rider 28 of Senate Bill 1 of the 83rd Texas Legislature. Anson Green is the State Director of Adult Education and Literacy at the Texas Workforce Commission, and he'll join me and do part of this presentation as well. The coordinated action plan you received entitled Accelerating Post-Secondary and Transition and Success for Students in Adult Education and Literacy Programs on Tuesday evening has been slightly revised based on some suggestions by Texas Workforce Commission. Revisions are highlighted in the bound copy you should have received this morning. Following this very brief presentation, and Anson and I will answer any of your questions if you have any about the report.
Good afternoon, Anson Green, Workforce Commission, and send the regards of the Commission, and are very happy to support our colleagues here at the Coordinating Board on the report here. The issue for us today is really about the skills gap in Texas, and the report addresses that, I think, in a very handy way. As you're aware, Texas leads the nation in job growth, and many of these jobs require a training credential. We see, if we look at the data, that more and more jobs require at least a 1-year or 2-year credential, if not a bachelor's degree. But when we look at the data on the underskilled populations in Texas, we see up to 4 million individuals without a high school diploma in the state of Texas who are eligible for adult education services. And our state funding currently only serving and supporting a small fraction of that population. Transition to post-secondary education is the #1 concern for us, I think, in the state when it comes to the underskilled population moving into these middle-skilled jobs and supporting the Texas economy. And the recommendations in this report support the state's ability to achieve this.
I'll give you a little bit of a history of these riders, of the riders here at TWC, or at THECB around adult education. Since the 80th Texas Legislature, THECB has been responsible for reporting on adult education and literacy programs to post-secondary transition of these AL students. From the 81st Texas Legislature, THECB also received appropriations to fund public two-year institutions in building programs to support the transition and success of AEL, or adult education literacy students, moving into post-secondary education training programs, workforce training programs. Investments by the Texas legislature since 2010 to promote adult education to post-secondary transition have led to development of programs in 26 community colleges in the state. These programs, two of which are the Intensive College Readiness Program for adult education students and the Integrated Basic Education Workforce Training Programs established under the Accelerate Texas initiative, are described in this report, and many of the recommendations in this report are based on lessons learned from those programs. Thank you. From the 81st, the purpose of this report, basically, the plan must address is really, I want to point out, it's to coordinate with TEA and TWC to implement an immediate and long-range action plan to align adult basic education and post-secondary education. And when we're talking about adult basic education, we're really talking about adult education literacy, which is what I've been talking about before. The plan must also address 8 points that support the transition and success of AEL students from to post-secondary education, and these points are anything from outreach and advising to assessment, alignments of assessments, et cetera, and evaluation. The plan must also address certain performance measures, and these performance measures are found in the report, in the appendices, and in some of the report in the text of the document. And these performance measures are from the Texas Educating Adults Management System, or TEAMS, and they were provided by TEA to THECB in the summer and fall of 2013. Examples of some of the performance measures that you'll see in the report are the number of students in need of AEL services statewide, the number of students who are in AEL services by each of the providers, the number of students who pass the GED test across the state. Those are some of the examples of some of the required performance measures. Other performance measures are the number of AEL students who transition to post-secondary education within a year after they complete their AEL program or they exit from an AEL program. And still other performance measures are those around Accelerate Texas, or the initiative under Accelerate Texas and the Intensive College Readiness Programs, just outcomes from those programs as well. So, summary of the recommendations. Really, the recommendations center around 3 different issues. One of them has to do with funding, and it really is to look at the increase, or to request from the legislature the increase of funds to adult education literacy programs in general across the state in order to serve more students, but also to increase the funds to build more effective transition programs, to increase that number from 4,000 to, maybe double that number if we could. At least in the short term, but perhaps in the long term create a much larger number. Program innovation as well as the report will introduce some recommendations about increasing program innovation in terms of integrating basic skills education and workforce training programs like those under the initiative of Accelerate Texas, and I think TWC is headed that way in the direction that they're going for these programs, and bridge programs, effective bridge programs for adult education and literacy students entering the college. Alignment of systems and services. There are also recommendations regarding alignment of systems and services, and this has to do really to support the alignment of AEL, of adult education literacy students and developmental ed students and college faculty to understand the population of students that are coming into the doors of the community college, and to support advisors to sort of encourage that transition of students from adult education programs in the community or perhaps in the continuing ed area of the college, and to bring them over into the academic area and to prepare them for academic work. And that's
Questions?
it. Do you have any questions?
Board members, yes.
Or comments?
Doctor, did you all see a spike in GED enrollment last year when certain undocumented students, if they enrolled in GED, they could get work permits under the DACA program?
Well, I don't know if it was under DACA, but I know that there was about 8,000. I don't know the exact number. It's in here, but I think there were about over 8,000 GEDs. No. It was 38,000 GEDs this last year, as opposed to, I think most years it's been about 34. Let me see. It's in here.
There was a spike in GEDs. I don't know if we can attribute it only to that, though, because there was a change in the GED test on December 31st, and so there was also a rush of just the general populace to take the old test before the new test came online. So I don't know if anybody's ever disaggregated kind of that group of students from the DACA students.
So did it go up by 4,000?
About 30,000 to 34,000.
Other questions?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
The 4 million that are adult eligible, are they? How are they geographically dispersed? Or do you just look at the population centers and it kind of mirrors that? Is it more south than it is north? Is it more west than it is east? Do we know that?
It's the number is derived from the census data and pretty much follows the populations of the cities and towns of Texas. Across. I don't know if there's any noticeable increases, in the urban areas or the rural areas, but it pretty much follows the distribution of the population across the state. Of course, you have.
So it's pretty even statewide.
Pretty even. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. And we have we base our allocations on that number, which is how the state receives the funds from the federal government.
Okay.
Other statements, questions?
Question.
Oh, yes.
Refresh my memory. What percentage of students who took the TSI scored at levels 1 and 2?
Gosh, 0.1.
Suzanne has that.
0.1%? Less than 1? In all three areas, I think it's less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
Yeah, in levels 1 and 2. And that would be equivalent to literacy levels. If you're looking at a K-12 equivalency, then it would be 0 to 3, 0 to 4. 0 to 4.
Fourth grade.
Fourth grade reading, literacy and numeracy.
What was that percentage?
Less than 1%.
What's the end?
7,000?
What was the population?
How many? About 120.
120?
Students.
Total?
That took the TSI.
And how many scored at levels 3 and 4?
I think that was closer to 4 and 5 were the highest level. I mean, the numbers were spiked at 4 and 5. Suzanne, you want to come up here? Suzanne has the more accurate numbers on that. That's not included in the report here.
My apologies, I don't have the exact numbers, but the levels 3 and 4 is approximately 35%.
And the majority of that number is 4, is level 4, which is about...
Levels 3 and 4 translate into what academic years?
The 5th through 8th.
5th through 8th.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the Accelerate Texas programs and the intensive college readiness programs targeted students who were about high level 5 or high grade 5 or skill level 5 through 8 or through 9. So that's usually who we targeted to bring those into that group into the college. So it's those ones who have higher level skills.
And do we have data on the success rates of students who test at those levels 3 and 4, and what their success rates are in terms of transitioning into college level programs, either workforce or academic programs?
With the Accelerate Texas data and the intensive programs, yes. We have data here on page 10 through 12 that show the success of these programs.
Yeah, I know about those data. I was talking about just data generally for students in that.
I don't think we have that yet. Because this is a new test, and so we won't have those data until probably maybe the spring of next year. Is that correct?
March 2015 is when we're looking at.
Okay.
It's because our test is so new.
I need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Item 9J is a report on proposals acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is for information only, and Rex will bring that. Thank you.
Yeah, at the last meeting, there was some questions about how many programs were denied, and we made the statement that we rarely ever actually deny a program. Typically, we try to work with institutions to make viable proposals and viable programs. So there are times, and even these are kind of rare, when we may ask an institution to withdraw a proposal and resubmit at a later date. But we included some more information for you to kind of give you a feel for what's going on in the division. And you can see there were 32 new programs approved at both 2- and 4-year institutions in the last quarter. But the other important piece of this, there were also 24 program phase-outs, and these are actually programs that were closed, but they're referred to as phase-outs because the students are allowed, the programs are phased out to allow students that are in that pipeline an opportunity to graduate under those programs. So it usually takes at least a couple of years to completely phase out a program. And then we've also included some information on preliminary authority and notifications, which we really shouldn't be calling preliminary authority notifications because we really don't have preliminary authority anymore. But we do ask institutions to tell us when they're going to send us proposals, and that helps us a little bit in terms of trying to plan our own calendars for staff reviews and give us some idea of what institutions are going to be sending our way. And then lastly, we've concluded some information on certificates of authorization. And I see there's only 16 here, and I really thought I signed a couple of these a day on average. But these are out-of-state institutions that are given authority to operate in the state of Texas. And so this just gives you some indication of the work that goes on in the division.
It's a great report. I appreciate seeing this.
All right,
Any
great.
questions? Discussion? Yes.
I just wanted to underscore something that Rex said. We have been really, in the past year, and particularly since Rex has arrived, we've really tried to work more collaboratively with institutions. For example, I think too many times in the past when an institution submitted a proposal for a degree program and it wasn't very strong, we just rejected it. And what we're doing now is working more closely with the institutions to improve it, to change it. For example, recently we had a proposal from a university to establish 4 new engineering programs. And it's an institution that hadn't had any engineering programs before, and we said, why don't you start off with 2? Mm-hmm. And then if you do well with those, we'll consider the second 2. But 4 to start out with is probably too many. Get 2 that you build up into strong programs and then go on to the next 2. And I think that that's created a better relationship and a better partnership between the coordinating board and universities.
Thank you. That concludes the cause agenda, Mr. Chairman. So sorry. Please, how can we help you?
I was just notified that there are a number of non-substantive changes that Dr. Munoz would like to make to the report that you all just approved moments ago. And so I would like to suggest that in order to make these non-substantive, primarily I'm advised typographical changes, I would suggest that we amend the previous motion that was adopted to allow for non-substantive, primarily typographical changes to be made to the report and then to be submitted in the revised format.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. This concludes the cause agenda.
Thank you, Janelle. Thought you were going to drag on forever there. Next agenda item is number 11, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee. This committee is chaired today by Chris Huckabee. Chris, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Agenda item 10A is the committee chair's overview. We did meet yesterday during the Deputy Commissioner's report. He gave us the following report during the Agency Operations Committee: quarterly financial report, a continuous improvement update, 1, the report on craft implementation, and 2, a report on loan origination fee structures. The committee also received several audit and compliance reports from the internal auditor. I would like for you to note, and I would ask all board members to please put this down, we have a special called meeting of the AOC on May 12th at 9 a.m. I would invite all board members to attend. We'll be receiving a completed report from our internal auditor and a management response. The last item on my update is that Susan Warren from KPMG presented information related to an ongoing audit for FY13. We just simply got an update from Susan. Agenda item 10B is public testimony related to...
On that May 12th meeting, what time is that?
9 a.m.
In here?
Yes, sir, here. And I would invite all members to attend if you can.
For those of us who are non-voting, could we attend remotely?
Sure. I would say so.
It's certainly lawful to do so. I'm simply not sure that we have the capability.
You will let us know. Thank you.
Okay, good.
If you've got board members that want to do that, I'd suggest that, why don't we get the capability to do it? You can't do that between now and the meeting?
What Durga did it one time, remember, from India.
Didn't work.
That's true. We have done it twice before with Durga, and it seemed to work well, fairly well. But I'm advised that we need certain technology that we don't possess.
We could, with Durga's case, we had one person participating via Skype. If it was one person, we could do it. More than one, we don't have the technology, as we discussed in the, January AOC meeting. We were going out to get bids for video conferencing upgrades.
But this is a public meeting, and it'll be online?
Yes, absolutely.
I think what's being left out of the discussion here is that the law changed September 1. Is that right, Bill?
On video conferencing, there were two different bills passed. One a Senate bill, one a House bill, and they are not in complete alignment with each other. The Attorney General has already indicated that it will seek in the next session a method to align those two bills so that it's consistent. In one bill, you need a quorum of the members present. In the other bill, only one member need be present at the physical location where the public can attend. So given the misalignment of those bills, we would still likely need to have a quorum present in Austin, but I'm presuming that would not be difficult to achieve.
No. We will have a quorum present of AOC. I've confirmed that. Of the committee. And all I'm saying is additional board members, I'd certainly like you there if you can be there.
Right. And in a worst case scenario, it will be on the internet. So if you're unable to attend, you can watch on the internet.
And did you not say that they could listen in from a pure audio standpoint?
We could set up that, certainly.
I mean,
yes.
So between the two of those, you would have a pretty good understanding of what was going on.
Okay. Agenda item 10B is public testimony related to agency operations. I don't believe we have any comment on that item. Item 10C is consideration of adopting committee's recommendation to the board related to coordinating board operation budget FY 2015. Dr. Alonzo presented this to the committee, and it was approved by the committee. Dr. Alonzo, making additional comments and presentation on that?
No additional comments, sir, but I will be glad to answer any questions from any board member. We had sent this out, I think, on March 27th or so for advanced review.
Right.
I reached out to the 3 new board members because of the complexity of the budget to ensure that there was no additional information needed, and did not receive any questions or comments. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
And Doctor, thank you for reaching out to us. Anything that you would point to that was controversial about this, or something that we need to especially focus on?
One of the items that, one of the questions that came up almost in that manner was, is there anything in this budget that causes you concern? And there is. Rather I should say the lack of a budgeted item for equipment replacement, IT equipment replacement, has caused us some concerns in the agency. We are, the budget that the committee adopted yesterday and is bringing forth for the recommendation to the full board is the fourth year that our budget does not have any funds for capital replacement, IT capital replacement. That item was zeroed out 4 years ago.
Why?
We don't know.
Legislature.
Wasn't done here.
It was, yes, it was not zeroed out by us, I'm sorry. It was zeroed out by the legislature.
Any other questions? If not, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 10D is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board related to the authorization of Board Chair, Board Vice Chair, and Chair of the Committee on Agency Operations to approve Coordinating Board Strategic Plan 2015-2019 to be submitted to the Governor's Office and Legislative Budget Board by June 23, 2014. Dr. Alonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is the agency strategic plan, not the higher ed strategic plan, that we have been working on since sometime last fall. One of the things that came out in the Sunset Review report was that we needed to engage more stakeholders and go through a more inclusive process of developing the update to the agency strategic plan. We did that. We included both staff members and the board at the December board retreat. There was, in fact, we spent probably the better part of an hour at the board retreat discussing the goals and objectives and mission, vision, values statement for the agency. Based on that feedback from the board, we revised it, brought it back at your request to the January board meeting, again, just for an update. So on April the 1st, we received the instructions for the submittal of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is due to the LBB and the Governor's Office on June 23rd. Except for one component, which is due June 1st, and that is the report on the report on customer service. Excuse me. That one is actually due on June 1st. The instructions. We're in the process of analyzing those instructions to make sure that we comply with any new instructions that may be on there. There are a few, but not too many. Because we started early, because we engaged both the staff and the board early on, I can truly say that about 80 to 90% of the plan is complete. We just couldn't complete it in time to bring it forth for approval at the April board meeting. However, as has been done in previous years, we asked for your permission, which is what this agenda item is requesting, your permission to authorize the chair, vice chair, and the chair of the AOC to review that plan once it's completed in order for us to get it to the LBB and the Governor's Office by the June 23rd due date.
Arturo, when do you think that will be forthcoming?
I'm going to start working on that right away, sir.
Also move on this.
But I'm sorry. But my point is that, you know, I guess Bobby and Chris and I can approve it, but I would prefer to have the board members to at least have a couple of days to look at it to see if they had any questions or concerns before we did that.
We can do that.
Was that satisfactory, members? Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Committee on Agency Operations section.
Thank you, Chris. Well, I believe this concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Then we're adjourned. Thank you, Alice.
Yeah.